why? I forgot to do one thing before I started. What I get for doing this every few weeks. There we go. Now I don't look like so much of a ghost. Thank you, camera, for white balancing and then failing to white balance. Appreciate it, camera. Well, welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome to... Gosh, Tom hasn't been doing shiny hunts that often. Howdy, Caldy. Howdy, Zach. Howdy, Myths. Thank you for being ever so hacking prompt. Yeah, I'm doing well. It's been an interesting month. Well, an interesting month since last I did a shiny hunt. One, we have 2 new shinies added to the list. I know Ninten was the one who asked for a shiny Tyrant. I forget who asked for a shiny Pichu. I'll have to look that up eventually. Yeah, we have 30 shinies in the queue. So yeah, we must be spinning in circles. It's what must be done. Let's see. What else? But yeah, I've been doing 3, not 30. Did I say 30? If I said 30, I was wrong. I meant 3. At this point, I've probably... No, I won't be at 30. How many would I... Good question. Count... No, I have gotten 30 shinies in total in my streams. That is an odd coincidence. I have gotten exactly 30 shinies on stream. And now we have 3 in the queue, so that brings up to 33 in total. So howdy. Thanks for stopping by. So that's a heckin' coinky dink. Oh, Aaron. Would you like your DILF? I just realized that still haven't gotten that to you. Still haven't gotten that to you quite yet. It's been a while. Also, once Juice arrives, we'll also ask them if they would like their shiny. Because I still have that one. Is it going to be the first one? Probably not. It was not. Yeah, Juice still has that shiny Lunatone sitting in the Dilf dungeon along with Beldum. God, that was a stream and a half. Yeah. Hope everyone's who's been able to pick it up has been enjoying Pokemon Arceus. The usual code? Yeah. Let me just finish this batch of shinies and I'll get that over to you. Yeah, I've not gotten very far in Pokemon Legends Arceus yet. I've played it for, I want to say 8 hours? About 8 hours? Yeah, somewhere around 8 hours. think I just hit 50 today. God damn. That's so in our group in this community, I feel like 50 hours is about average for how much time people have spent in Legends Arceus. It is consumed everyone quite vigorously. How do I do these things? Mythra is over 200. How? Did Mythra get the Japan release? Like how? I don't think has 200 hours passed since it came out. Oop. Oh no. God damn. The first thing I see of someone's doing a trade is PokemonGen.com. I'm like, that sure is. That sure is someone trading a glitched shiny. Delightful. May or may not have done some shenanigans. I would also would not put that past Mythra either. But yeah, the game's been out for about 9 full days ish coming out. Nice. A Swirlix. Arceus. Yeah. The game's been only out for about 9 days. Came out last Friday. Last Friday, but like at midnight in the morning. Goodbye, Dilf. What? Why are you questioning that? We named the box that. We directly named the box that during the stream. Well, now that's Swirlix's home now. Howdy, Dr. House Party. Thanks for stopping by. Had to search for a Pokemon. Hopefully that Swirlix is just a normal Swirlix. I mean, we can check. It's a good thing I checked the box. Yeah, sure looks like a bog standard Swirlix. It's a good thing I did that too, otherwise I would have been dumping eggs into the Dilf dungeon and who would have knows how they would have gotten out of there. But I appreciate you swinging by, Dr. Husband. It's been a while for you, and well, I've reduced the amount of streams I do into basically 2 a week at max starting this year, so it makes it more difficult to catch me for sure. Found a shiny Geodude in Arceus day 1. Nice. From what I've not gotten to the point yet in Arceus. And again, I don't want to talk about Arceus too much, just because again, the game has only been out for a week. And I know that many in our community have been binging the fuck out of it. With 50 plus hours put into it in the first week. But that is not the case for everyone, and also it has not been the case for me. I've only played it for about 8 hours. And I've gotten so very, I have not gotten far. I really have not gotten far. So yeah, I don't want to talk too much of it. We can talk some of the early game stuff, some of the stuff maybe in like the first area, but beyond that, I don't want to talk too much on it. To not spoil myself and to not spoil things. But from what I have heard, getting shinies in Arceus is. Getting shinies in Arceus seems not. I don't know if it's easier, but it's just like it's a thing that happens. There's more opportunities for them for sure. Does Legends have trading in multiplayer? I don't know. I know it has limited online functionality. It is very much mostly a fully single player experience from what I've seen so far. And from what I've heard of other people describing it, there's very limited things you can do with other players. Which I'm glad they didn't try to do something like don't tell me shiny odds or anything. I don't want to start thinking about that at all until I've gotten well beyond that point in the game. Some asynchronous multiplayer. Yeah, like there's some stuff I've encountered that are like semi multiplayer, but like not directly or anything. But from what I've seen so far of it, it's just like, no, this is very much you're doing your own thing here. Which has been nice. And I'm glad. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm glad they didn't attempt to do a large multiplayer. I'm glad they didn't try to do something as ridiculous as like the wild areas, but in Legends Arceus, because I'm really having a fantastic time with Legends Arceus so far. Oh boy, that frame rate is incredibly inconsistent. Oh man. There's like not a moment in that game that has a consistent frame rate. It will dip, normally be in the 20 to 40 range normally. And then weirdly, in like one of the cutscenes that I've seen so far, it was like a smooth 60. It was jarring. It's just, I don't know, as I've started paying attention and as most games and hardware try to like push a consistent 30 or a consistent 60 and have it like barely ever dip in below frame rate, playing a game like that is just like, it's been something that was much more common before, but yeah, it has a strange frame rate. And also weird occasional, it's not like baffling graphical hiccups, but it's like if I spin the camera too far or too fast or try to angle it up and down too fast, it feels like VSync problems, honestly, which shouldn't be possible. But like there's like vertical or horizontal lines cutting through like the trees and stuff as I'm scrolling up. It's I really wish they would get a different engine. Because when it's not having to process too much, it's fine for the majority, or for like all of Sword and Shield, and from what I've seen of Diamond or Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl. This type of engine works quite well at rendering those types of environments, other than the wild areas in Sword and Shield. But man, it is trying to do a lot of things at once in Arceus, and it has a rough time doing it. That's given again from the perspective of someone who's played many games nowadays that very much aim for a very stable and consistent frame rate for the entire experience. Has it negatively affected my feelings on the game? No. it's just something that I constantly see. Yeah, from what I've played so far, I've been having a really good time with it. Because yeah, it is not focused towards the standard Pokemon structure at all, which is, I think, to its benefit, being something completely new that the franchise hasn't tried before, with roaming about, seeing Pokemon all over the heckin' place and catching them without battling. If you want to battle, the battles are really quick and snappy. Your main focus of the game is not on catching them all. Well, kind of is on catching them all, but more of kind of a research type perspective on it, rather than just raising Pokemon to beat the gyms and whatnot. I've really been enjoying the structure of it so far. And I'm not out of whatever the first area of the game is. Because they give you a lot of things that you can do after the tutorial. They give you a lot of things you can do. Tutorial takes a bit, but it's understandable given how different this game, how Arceus plays compared to every other Pokemon game. That it's just like, yeah, it's pretty justified that they took their sweet time telling you how things work. Also, it's a thing, I'm not sure if other people have it, but I have it on, I thought it was Joy-Con drift. But I used it on my brand new Joy-Cons too. Holding to the left, she won't run. My main character won't really run to the left that often. There'll be hiccups and stutters as she's trying to walk to the left. And that's the case on my Pro Controller, which does have drift, as well as my brand spanking new Joy-Cons that don't have drift. So I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know why walking to the left is such a hard thing to do. I guess Monhunt in a sense, but not so much, so it's not like a heavily inspired Monhunt type experience. Because in the end, like, there are the Pokemon that will attack you, but it's not like you're having to dodge, find their weak points, learn their moveset, and strategize when's your perfect time to strike. For the most part, it's like trying to just not get hit to either get away or to find a spot to throw an item at it or throw a Pokemon at it. Oh. But I've really been having a great time. So often on one specific thing, the camera freaks out slightly, but just not just like the normal move. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone else complain about it either, but it's just like, it's just been happening to me for whatever reason. Also, how is that possible? Well, were they clearly bootleg / fake, or were they someone that did a dick move and resealed up a package and put alternate or whatever cards in them. Because yeah, that is... I suppose I could see that happening given, what was it, last year sometime? Where some popular YouTubers or whatever got heavy into selling Pokemon cards and started a massive craze for really stupid reason. Still going on? Oh, great. People just really can't get enough of speculative markets trying to make money from things that don't have much intrinsic value. It was nice. It was nice when it was not mainstream to treat every single aspect of games as a way to make money. Recently lost a lot of money buying a sealed first release box of Pokemon cards to open. The box was just resealed and filled with G.I. Joe cards. Great. It's like, yeah, again, with that happening, with all the complete bullshit thievery and scamming of that is NFTs, it's just been like, I am so fucking done with anything like that. Any type of trying to turn anything into a grift to make money off of or anything like that. I'm just like, just fucking do a thing because you enjoy doing it. Not as the next brand new thing to con someone into money. Especially, man, I think it was like 2 weeks ago? I think it was about 2 weeks ago or so. Also, first nice of the night. 2 weeks ago, the YouTube channel Folding Ideas did a long and very, very extensive and extremely well-researched piece on NFTs. And it's like 2 hours and 15 minutes. It is a long, long video. It is an incredible video. But he went very deep into many of those communities, and many other similar communities and stuff like that. It's just like, it's even worse than anything that I had possibly considered. It is baffling. And just, what would the word for it be? Abhorrent would probably be the most fitting word. Where it's just like, it's so disgusting in terms of human behavior and just what is actually being done, that it's just like, my God. But yeah, I cannot recommend that video enough. How insanely deep that he went to understand, to actively be in multiple NFT discords and things like that. Never buying any of them, but seeing them all play out in real time is just like, holy fuck, dude. That is more than I can handle and more than I think anyone can handle. But that was honestly, like, it's like a necessary watch just to completely understand so much of what's happening with it. Also, God, freaking it's what was it? I think Team 17, the video game publisher slash developer, announced an NFT thing, and then like in 2 days later, it's just like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore, because the immediate outcry from fans, from other developers, from the developers that they publish games for, are just like, what the fuck are you doing? Just like so immediate and rapid backlash. I think one of the devs is just like, yeah, we are immediately cutting ties with them, like in an official announcement, and then said at the bottom, I hate it here. It's just like, what the fuck? That this clearly was something that the higher ups did on their own and did not take into account at all any of their relationships. It's just like, yeah, we're just gonna do this. And then all of their relationships are just like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm out. Stop this or I'm leaving. Also, how we're stopped by. Team 7 wasn't even the first company to try, and does that mean, well, maybe this time it'll work? Just the things that make you go, ugh. I've got a better idea. Oh, it's the same idea? Oh, it's the same. And I think GMTK made a joke on Twitter. He's just like, how have companies not learned yet that basically, unless you're immediately already invested in NFT bullshit, everyone fucking hates it. And no one wants it for many, many good reasons. He's just like, the fact that like this happened again, and in the span of freaking 2 days, they were just like, nope, we're stopping this entire initiative. Just like, when's it gonna happen that in the span of the same tweet or in the same day, they will announce an NFT project and then immediately and then also announce its cancellation within the same day. And Twitter lovingly informed him that a company already made that meme. A video game dev already made a post like that. Where he's just like, hey, we're announcing our brand new NFT project. Oh, you've already realized it's shit? Okay, we've canceled it. We respect our players. It's like, good. Also, yeah, fuck you, Ubisoft. I saw that bullshit. Ubisoft being like, yeah, we're just gonna keep doing it anyway. You guys just don't understand the future. And it's just like, no, we understand the future, and it sucks. We don't want your future. This one there. Ay. Yeah, it's and yeah, thing learned about in great detail from that folding ideas video. He's just like, yeah, the reason why they are going so hard into NFTs is because in order for them to have any value at all, you have to. Because it's a grift. You have to convince people that it has value when it doesn't. So if you're doing it in order for it to gain any value and to do the purpose that it's supposed to, you have to shill it. You have to grift it. And it's just like, all of this is just disgusting. Just, ugh. Yeah, it's stock, but incredibly unregulated and outside of any semblance of tax or government oversight or anything at all. It's really, really, really bad. Also, yeah, another thing from that video is how much crypto and NFT companies have sprung up to solve a problem that they themselves created, or put so much effort into saying that this is the reason why crypto/NFT are important. But it's something that almost never happens, and it's much easier to go and do social engineering and those types of scams rather than the difficult scams of actually trying to do anything to the blockchain. It's just like, of course you would. You know how easy it is to send someone a terrible link and then just send it out to everyone that has these types of investments and just have even one of them to click on it, just like, well, there's the free money. It's just like, you're putting all this effort into solving a problem that is hardly even a problem and ignoring the elephant in the room. China's crackdown on NFTs? I haven't read on anything like that. And Russia? Oh, wow. Dang. When even the oligarchs go, oh no, fuck this. Maybe it's time to reevaluate. Maybe. Just. So howdy. Thanks for stopping. We're having just a smidge of saltiness over some bullshit. It's fine. Remember when phishing schemes actually required a bit of cooperation from your targets, let alone lots of security vulnerabilities in their own? Why is that the better times? China basically has banned all mining operations as a matter of preventing massive spikes in energy, but after they got some of them moved to Kazakh. Oh, good. You have a massive fire and you try to put it out with smaller matches going. Why aren't you going out? Yeah, it puts it pretty succinct. Prices spiked in energy prices spiked in Kazakhstan is why they are going on over a month in civil unrest. Great. Add that to the ever-growing list of bullshit that all of this is causing. Yeah, I ended up Miss, you said that and I'm just like, I know exactly what that came from. I was running out of videos to watch in the background while I was working. It was just like, oh yeah, I never actually, now that I finished Near Replicant, I can watch the video that Deer explained everything to Barry. And just like, yeah. Oh, probably should talk about that since that's a large thing that's happened since last shiny hunt. Hey, I have a new job. And by have a new job, I mean, yesterday was my last day at my previous job. I have 1 week off in between, so I'm like, yay, I could finally relax and stuff for a bit. And then starting the new job on the 14th. So, hooray. Apparently some of those operations were moved to northern New York, and that has caused people's heating bills to spike multiple fold because all their nice cheap energy southern ones are cheap. Fantastic. But yeah, the situation with me and that job, or me and changing jobs, is I wasn't actively looking at the time. I was just like getting a feel for what how the company I was working for operated and things like that, where I'm just like, I don't see myself here for longer than like a year at least. is basically how everything was going with that company, just because it just wasn't really meshing with me at all. Also, how 10? And I just kind of knew that I wasn't actively searching at the time. I was going to like probably sometime this month maybe like update my resume and start reaching out again, but I got reached out to by a recruiter. He's just like, hey, I got something for you. It's with a company in similar vein to what I worked at for my first 5 years of employment. And they think I might be the right person for it. So in the span of ostensibly a week and a half or like 2 weeks, I updated my resume, sent it over to the recruiter. They sent it over to them. They liked it. I had interviewed with that company earlier, so they had some database on me already. Came back, got me an interview at the end of the week. And at the end of the interview, they were just like, yeah, we're gonna send you an offer in no time. Just like, oh, it just very quickly, not spiraled out of control, but just like it went places fast. And well, with the new job, it also is a nice benefit, or it also is a nice improvement too. Spiraled under control. Yeah, that's the better word to get. It's a $1 an hour increase, which is already nice. Plus, I'll still be under contract, but the new contracting firm I'm going through actually treats its contractors like salaried employees. So I build up 2 weeks of vacation a year, and I have paid federal holidays. It's just like, that's fantastic, because the last 3 years of me working under contract, I have had neither of those. It's just like, it's just a massive improvement just in that regard alone. Plus, I'll be working at a larger operation again, so it should be relatively clear what my immediate goals and actions should be on a daily basis, which I've come to it's not respect. God damn it, I can never think of the word for it. But it's something I've realized I've missed, where I kind of want work to be a bit more consistent with a few things changing every now and again, but not have the entire basis of the work be a drastic change on a day-to-day basis, just because I want the larger amount of learning and stuff like that to be not related to work. I want it to be related to the things that I want to learn outside of work. Yeah. So that'll be a change up. I have all of next week off. Might do a few extra streams if I'm feeling it, but not gonna guarantee any of them. Yeah, I wouldn't say my last job was rough on me. It just wasn't really meshing with me at all. Which there's a myriad of reasons why, but and some of those reasons are not related to the company itself. It's either personal or just with all the drastic shifts in my life that have happened over the past 5-ish, 6-ish months since I moved down here. But yeah, just overall, it wasn't out of difficulty, it wasn't out of stress, it wasn't out of like all these sorts of things. It was just I just was not meshing with how the flow of work was and how it would continue to be, with just how structurally things worked. Which I would not, it's not something I would have known until I started doing it. Also, I forgot to disconnect the internet. But also, let's restart the line. Also, I'm a mechanical designer, so that's my. Also, sorry, Carnus, I didn't read that for a while. I had to get all them brainworms out. Head of engineering at iHeartRadio quit and is taking so much institutional knowledge with him that it has made one of the most senior members think people are going to be starting interview to get the fuck out within a few weeks. In my case, only reason I'm not doing so is because I want to get at least a year. Fair. That is fair. But does that mean, Carnus, that you've already started polishing up the resume and just being like, hey, I'm free at nth date. Much knowledge here that I can bring. But yeah, so plans on doing so. Gotcha. Oh. Because yeah, it would be it's relatively close to coming on a year. Honest, isn't it? I think so. If memory serves correctly. Maybe like 8-ish months or 10-ish months. What else? So yeah, that was very. So yeah, my shift in career has taken a turn. So it's been strange. But all in all, I think it'll be a better direction for me. The only thing I'll have to really get used to for sure is it's gonna be like a 30-ish minute drive one way to work. So I'll have to get accustomed to the amount of time again that I'll be spending in the car. I'll have to. Actually, that'll probably be best. Actually, yeah, that'll probably actually work out good for me. Just because in the end, I've been wanting to when I'm going on walks with Riza, I've been wanting to not have headphones in a lot recently. And normally, like, dog walks are like, that's my time to like to listen to podcasts and stuff like that. But I've been wanting to either just have just music or just enjoy the sounds of nature / nearby city living by nature. And a longer drive would actually mean that I could probably slot in those podcasts into that time instead, which actually I think will work out better. I think so. I'll probably plan on doing that. Because I've been wanting to do that, or that's something I'm trying to get into the swing of as well, is trying to lessen the amount of things that I do just to have something to be more accustomed to just having music or nothing at all in the background, because it's been the case for quite some time where it's just a constant stream of, I have someone's stream on, I have a YouTube video on, I have a speedrun going in the background, just like always having something there that is a bit more than just a passive task or something passive. It's not like a true passive thing, but I'm treating it as a passive thing. I'm just like, I think I want to actually replace it and have it be a purely passive thing, just because I've never treated music as an active experience, and I know that some people very much do. When they want to listen to music, they will explicitly like just have headphones on and be listening to music, but that's just never how I've done music. So I think for me, music has always been that type of passive thing, and I can get accustomed to that rather than constantly trying to fill up my time with things that are supposed to be more attention demanding. But yeah, be in the moment is probably the better description of all that dumbass rambling I was doing. Depends on the music for you. I mean, it's music dependent for me too, depending on how passive I want to be. And by just, I mean yesterday. Just yesterday, I finally went through the entire discography of the band Hello Meteor, because they're a band that Bath listened to a lot and screamed about on Twitter for a bit. So I went and checked them out, and they are very much my vibe. Very synth wavy and pretty would fit well into the lo-fi beats to study to type of category. And I've really enjoyed their stuff, and I've now gotten through their entire discography. I'm just like, this is the type of music where I'm just like, yes, this, like, if I want to actively put a large amount of focus into something, it's just like, this is the type of thing that I turn on. And I have other music like it that I should probably make a more dedicated playlist to. I should make a playlist. I need to make once the next patch starts, I need to put that in my calendar as a reminder to just be like, hey, make a lo-fi playlist. Started your new job in July, been starting my search end of April / beginning. Gotcha. The Oreo Spampton song and this jazz album of Plants vs. Zombie that slaps way too hard. But yeah, that's something I, again, Queen put it best in the smaller words. Just learning to be more in the moment for things. And by not having constantly space filling up, having the things, or instead of filling all of the space with something else, be more attentive to the thing that's in front of me. Is kind of a thing. As well as another thing that I've been, again, with this year so far is just like, I've done a lot of things, a lot of like streams and stuff with other people this year already. Or just like where these opportunities where either we were just sassing each other or something like that, and it's just like, well, are we gonna do this thing or not? And it's just like, oh, we're doing it. Just trying to take a more active role in doing things with other people. It's slow goings, but it's already more than I've done in a consistent basis, basically. Because, geez, we had our lovely Neighborhood Watch speedrun showcase type thing that we did a couple weeks back, and that was a ton of fun with everyone. Had the Hollow Knight randomizer race with Dan, that was fantastic. Had the Super Mario Galaxy race against the Will, that was a lot of fun. Played more Final Fantasy 13 2 with Sar, which still baffles me how much fun we're having playing that weird ass game. And then today I wasn't planning on it, but as I was cooking, or as I was making lunch after doing some more speedrun research, I was seeing who was live, and Shriveling Fire Will was getting back into some more Pokemon Unite, and it's like, I haven't played for a while, and I've always made it. I've always stated that if anyone else plays Unite, that I'm down to play, just because I want to play with other people and not really dive deep into it solo like I'd done before. So I'm like, started watching Will and was just like, hey, you want someone to hop in and join you in a bit after I'm done with lunch? He's like, yeah. So I got to play some Pokemon Unite with Will and Nikki. And we had a great time. Just like, and yeah, that wouldn't. And yeah, and I don't think I would have taken that instant jump to just be like, hey, let's do this. So yeah, I'm trying to do that more. Doing things with other people is hard. I enjoy doing streams with people. I just get super nervous. Yeah, it's a practiced thing that one has to do. When I'm out of practice with trying to do things with other people, on top of my general normal case of not being the most social person in general, is just like, I like doing things with other people, but a lot of the times I just end up not, even though I want to. And it's been a learning experience trying to do some stuff like that, to just hang out with them again. So howdy, thanks for stopping by. Indeed it is. Try to learn Yu-Gi-Oh. I know Yu-Gi-Oh. I know Yu-Gi-Oh quite a bit. I never really bothered doing things like synth summoning or XYZ or Pendulum or Link, because I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh hipster, but I know quite a bit of how to play Yu-Gi-Oh. I really have not just had any desire to play it at the moment, even though it does have that new game that came out that everyone seems to be enjoying, and that I've seen Scaredy go pretty deep into now. I feel like you used to be more social and I fell off hard on it. Well, let's all work together to talk to our friends. Makes it feel so... I don't even know the word for it. It was just like saying it in blunt words. It's just like, yeah, we should just talk more. Which I guess is also an open invitation to be like, hey, if any y'all nerds want to either just chat or do a stream or anything, you can always ask. And at this point, I'm just going to be like, yeah, we can just chat. We can just hang out. We can also just do a stream. We can do all of the above. Just someone has to start. And that someone can be me. And that someone can be you. Yeah, SARS Discord, or SARS Discord has been... but has been a nice place for voice chats as of late. SARS Discord is occasionally there, but for the most part, it's been lots of text stuff. On 2 shinies back to back in Arceus. Nice. We could. There could be more people getting back into Unite. Deer's fuck 10-cent server turned into 10-cent Holics Anonymous server is still up for people wanting to play more Unite. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it like regimented, but if I like see someone streaming it or doing things like that, or if anyone's just like, hey, let's play some more, just like, I'll be down. Again, because Arceus came up again. Don't talk too much about it. You can talk early game stuff and some generic stuff, but not everyone's gotten that far in the game. And by not everyone, that also includes me, because I've only played like 8 hours. I'm not out of the first day. What, Queen, have you... I'm surprised, Queen. How far have you gotten in it, Queen? Like Unite, but I never actually managed to play with friends much, and it's not as fun relying on randos because sometimes they can't clear. Yeah, it's... I enjoyed playing ranked solo in Unite well enough, but that was mostly... I was in the midst of moving, and I didn't really want to like dedicate any time to a full-blown game, so I just kind of kept playing more Unite. But I really enjoyed playing with people, especially in Pokemon Unite. In general, turns out a game that's designed to be multiplayer is fun to play with your friends. Who knew? Also, Calvi, you hush. If you asked to do a streamy thing or a hangouty thing, I would absolutely say this. Need to just play it on the weekend, otherwise I'm late to my class. Wait, no. People have been binging people have been binging hard on the Arceus. That's for true. The thing. Want to play Animal Crossing? There's a limit to what I can do. Animal Crossing is gonna be a no. I enjoyed my little jaunts into Animal Crossing. I try to go back and do more. Just not the game for me. Not the type of relaxation or vibe. That's for me. And that's okay. Enjoyed playing with Juice and Stealth and Chen, though. Getting destroyed with friends is always better than being destroyed alone in set. I didn't realize Juice and Stealth and Chen gave Pokemon Unite a chance back in the day. I don't like management. Oh, no. Queen, the problem with me in management is that I do too much of it. That's the problem. Is if you set up this type of structure of a game, because I'm an optimizer. Where it's just like, I have all of these things that I want to do. I will dedicate all of my time to doing as many of them as possible in the fastest way possible. So then it just becomes me in an entranced state, just getting shit done, and it's not ending up being enjoyable at a certain point. Where it just feels like I do this too much in my regular day-to-day anyway, of trying to optimize things too hard. And doing that in a game sense just makes it worse. Yeah, see Spiritfarer, which I wanted to love Spiritfarer, but man, that I just can't do that with that kind of gameplay. It just can't be. And I've seen a decent amount of occasional GDQ talks and stuff like that, where it's just like a thing that you have to be able to consider in your game is the fact that there are a large amount of players that will optimize the fun out of your game. It's just like, yeah, I feel that one hard. Vegeta 2, we were a great team. Sylveon, Blastoise, Absol, Zorua, and Blissey. That was around the time Sylveon was out. I just played Sylveon for the first time today. Because yeah, I literally, when I was in the process of moving, so the June to August time frame, that's when I was playing Unite super hard. That's when I played it long enough to get into that's when I played it long enough to get to master rank in competitive. I think Blastoise was the last Pokemon that was added when I stopped playing. Yeah, Blastoise was the last one that was added, which I remember expressly because Blastoise in competitive when it was near launch was incredibly annoying to deal with. It's shit. But yeah, I remember Blastoise at launch was incredibly annoying to deal with because they were incredibly beefy and they also did a crap ton of damage. It was very, very annoying to deal with from a gameplay perspective. Need to continue Spiritfarer. Why? Yeah. Must I get excited about a new game only to get burnt out and get in it? It's been tough. It's been, especially with limited time, it's just been like when I have gotten to the point with games where I'm just like, I will keep them on wish lists. I will keep a list of games that I want to play. And then when I want to play a game, I will buy it then and there and then immediately play it. Because I can't purchase games whenever in the instant, because then I either drop what I'm doing to play that one or I buy it and never play it. So I have gotten to the point where it's just like I have to buy it the instant that I want to play it. Otherwise, it's just not gonna happen. Which has made Steam the godsend for me, because you can set up Steam to send you emails when games on your wish list go on sale. Or it's just like, I haven't been thinking through a game in a while. What are some of the ones that are on sale right now? It's just like, oh, I'm feeling on that one. Good sale too. Let's do it. It's helped me a lot. So yeah, I have, and but the ones that are immediately in my backlog that I need to 100% play are the ones that I have are the ones that I have the soundtracks for. I have multiple game soundtracks that I know I will love, but I have not listened to them yet because I haven't played through the game yet. So those games are just like, once I'm done with Arceus, once I'm feeling at a better spot with Yakuza speedrunning, which we can talk about my new routing later, which I think I will have to probably stop running Yakuza Like a Dragon by the end of the month at the latest, so that I can put more time into these games that I want to finish. But yeah, those are the games that I need to tackle first, as well as it absolutely has to end. It 100% has to end. Or I 100% have to stop speedrunning Yakuza Like a Dragon by the end of February, because Elden Ring comes out at the end of the month. Elden Ring comes out at the end of the month. Fuck yeah. excited. Very excited to play Elden Ring. Also, yeah, I feel you there, Queen. It's just I have to be like, I see all the fantastic indie game sales. I'm just like, God, I do want to get this. And if I'm doing well, if I'm doing well, I completely lost where my head was going. Completely lost where my head was going. Oh yeah, when I'm at a more monetarily stable point, I might make some choices like that where I purchase a game just to be like it's on sale. I'm glad to support the devs even if I'm not going to actively play the game in about nowish. Yeah, indie games do love to have fantastic sales. Almost like indie games tend to do a great job at respecting their players' time and money, and I love to see it. Stick it to like once a month. For speedrunning, you would just get out of practice, and like I'd be glad to pick up the game and do a run again, but like at that point, I feel like that would like the only reason I would be doing it just because the run is fun, which is a valid way to do it, but like I would just get way too rusty over time. And right now, the majority of why I've been doing Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrunning is because, one, the run is really fun. I do really love doing that run. It is a blast. It is a very, very fun speedrun to do. But also, it's been just the brain words in the back of my head where I'm just like, this run's not quite optimized yet. This run's not quite optimized yet. Or I'm just like, every run I'm doing, I'm just like, I'm finding like 5 to 10 more things where I'm just like, this could save a few seconds here. Adjusting this strategy is a bit more consistent. Stuff like that, where it's just been, those brain worms have been eaten in the back of my brain, to which now, I just did like the past 3 days. I spent like 3 or 4 hours each day over the past 3 days, routing and testing a brand new chapter 5 of the Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrun. And by brand new, I mean it's gonna save like 3 minutes. Like all the other little like optimizations and little tricks and stuff like that, like at most saved like 30-ish seconds throughout the course of the run. Is just like, no, this one is like, we're saving 3 minutes flat. Like no strings attached. And it's just like, I want to do runs with this to get the practice in and get a feel for how I can get things done. And then basically, once it gets towards the end of February, just being like, I've done my work. I've optimized the heck out of this. I'm glad to help out whenever anyone has any questions, but I have to like stop running the game for a while. But yeah, I am very excited I'm going to do a run tomorrow with my new Chapter 5 run. And I'm very excited to see what I can get with it. Because if I do improvements over the stupid mistakes of my PB, if I do that, plus the new time saves I've got, I'm just like, we're looking like that would be a world record. If I just don't make the mistakes I did before, and with my new route, that looks like a world record. That will get beat in due time because of the other runners that do run more than I do. But it's it would be nice to see that happen. I have a feeling I can do it. Also, I saw Spook said, I talking about it, maybe want to give it another try. Time to go back to Unite, only to find out my main was nerfed, and I don't recognize any of the other new ones that everyone is using. I have not. I didn't look at all when I was playing with Will. I didn't look at it at all. What Pokemon have been nerfed or anything like that. It's just like, I'm just going to keep playing. I'm just going to play with what I roll with and try some new things. I don't know any of the best strats, but I'll make do. And make do we did. We won the majority. It was nice. We didn't play ranked, though. It was just standard play. But it was fun. Triangle Strategy, or Intensive Triangle Strategy, also comes out at the beginning of March. I'm looking forward to it. Fuck. One, I still can't believe that that's the name that they went for. That's the name. That's the... God damn. That dev team is just like, I enjoy the art style you've developed. I like the mechanics of the games I've seen. I'm just like, these titles though. These titles though. Octopath Traveler. Project Triangle Strategy. I'm just like, just give me a little bit something more. I can't believe it's named working title. It's like the if you've ever seen Deadmau5's album names, it's like akin to that. Where like one of Deadmau5's albums is just like W:/ 2016 album. It's just like it's literally that's a file path. It's like I get that it's your shtick, but I'm just like, and it gets done what you need to get it done, but it's just like, I wish there was a little bit more. Stuff, school and work and volunteer hours. But I was gonna say you'll be done with school soon. I don't actually know how far along you are in your Kulak days. If you're near graduation or not. Or near getting your degree, I suppose. In December. You are close. Soon, TM. Queen will be certifiably educated. In Spain in May? Oh, did you actually lock in that you're gonna do a study abroad in Spain? Because I think last I saw you talk about that, it was still a consideration, not a lock yet. Okay. And then I look over, I'm just like, this is the Shovel Knight jazz piano lullaby. I'm just like, in the past few days have also been Shovel Knight on the brain just because the Yacht Club Games decided to do another Kickstarter for their next project in Mina the Hollower, and it looks fantastic. Very much. What did they describe it? A new Game Boy Color game. So it's very much inspired by the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Color and like the Legend of Zelda's, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Link's Awakening DX. Very inspired by that style of game, and God, it looks like so much fun. Getting your name in that game, nice. I backed it as well, but I didn't. I only backed it enough to get the OST, just because I know I would like the OST. Because fucking Jake Kaufman's back on the reins again for another Yacht Club game soundtrack, and Jake Kaufman does such good work on the soundtracks. Such an excellent composer. Have to throw money, but I have to do it to finish my minor and to finish my degree. Thanks. And Alphabet Doof? Don't fuck with them. Don't mess your shiz up. Probably. Actually, I remember they did mess my shiz up. Because I have... the Pokemon I sent out at them has a 4x weakness. And they can learn some fancy moves. Including the one that was 4x, my Pokemon was 4x weak to. The smartass used it on it. It's one shot. I was like, fuck. Jerk. Short Sword Spain trip is happening whether I want to. Well, I hope you enjoy it while you're there. And while you're in a closer proximity that you might be able to, if you get some time off, or if other European members of the community could maybe take a flight over there. Alpha Togepi. What was... I had a thought to talk about something, and I think it was just talking about Mina the Hollower. So I may have already... Brains are mush. There'll be days off, so chill time is imminent. Nice. Nice. Where is that thing going? What is a brain? A miserable pile of Jello? Brains already. Miserable pile of secrets. That it's too correct and also too fitting for. Or, it is also correct and also, I wanted to make a better joke other than the straight up. other than just the symphony, I think it's fine. Queen, that you're being very upfront. we can go grab another boba when next I go down to Alabama. Let's see. I was being sassy. I know exactly what you mean. But too bad. Howdy, Juice. Thanks for stopping by. It was you who was slacking on the shiny hunts. Speaking of shiny, do you want yours, Juice? Do you want yours? I still have it. It's just chilling in the Dilf dungeon. Juice for gore. I was just like, wow, Queen, you're gonna whine to chair about me not slaying you in chat, but you won't be like, hey, Tom said he'd go get boba when next they're in Alabama. Just like, wow. Focus on the spite first. I get it. At this point, keep it. I scantily see myself down sword. You can download it just to get it. Juice, you could download the game. I transfer it over to you. You put it in Pokemon Home. And then you uninstall the game. Don't have an extra 15 gigs. Pokemon Sword is not 15 gigs. I can like guarantee that is not 15 gigs. It's probably like 5 at most. Go into my archive data and it's 5 gigs, then sure. Trying to think what else. What else has happened in the past month? Oh yeah, I decided to get started on some adult things that I've been putting off too long by keeping myself too distracted with streaming and stuff. So I went and did. Got my flu shot, went and did a health checkup, which didn't really need, but they were just like, yeah, we got you. But you can get it checked, and it's just like, yeah, you're good. The only thing they had to complain about is apparently I need a bit more good cholesterol and a bit less bad cholesterol. That's basically the gist of all they said, which they basically were just like, yeah, maybe incorporate some like avocados or some shit into your diet, and the good cholesterol going up basically will lower the bad cholesterol. So I'm like, okay, well, okay, can do that. But like by them pointing that out, it's just like I was just like barely below I was barely below on low on good cholesterol and barely above on bad cholesterol. Like it was just like just out of the range that they like to see you. Thank you, Spook. I appreciate it. I like how I look in glasses, and I also love this Opry shirt because it's great. Because it's amazing. 12 and a half gigs. What the fuck? That is actually very surprising. This game is 12 and a half gigs. Fine, I'll take the shiny Lunatone out of the Dilf dungeon. But it's always there if you ever want. Yeah, so I got up to date on flu vaccine, got the COVID booster. COVID booster kicked my butt for a day, as expected. But got that up to speed. Health was good. I incorporated avocados into my diet just by... I've been drinking smoothies every day. Just get some more fruits and veggies into my gullet. And the place I go grocery shopping has the small diced frozen avocado, so I've just been tossing a little bit of those into the smoothies, and it doesn't affect the taste at all. Like, not in the slightest does it taste any different, but it's just like, gets the job done. I'm also not the biggest fan of avocados in general. They're fine. They don't do anything for me. Like, guacamole's fine. Other avocado things are fine. Just like, I'm never like, yeah, I want this. So it's just like, adding that into the smoothie is just like, yeah, it won't affect anything for me. Also, howdy. Thanks for stopping. I see you have the new Rena set. But Kem, do you also have Rena Dace? I like how it can feel refreshing, but I hate the texture. I haven't had enough experience of eating avocado-related things to even have a basis for it. Because like my reference point is basically guacamole and some occasional other like burritos or something with some avocado in it, which again, it's like it's there. It doesn't feel like it adds anything. In Peru is nearly everything. I suppose it's probably very standard there. Just like, yeah, we grow it here. It's the same as corn or America. Good to collect all the seeds. All the good seeds. Yes, I've added that in. I updated the rest of the things that I wanted to update with the house and such. So I finally got rid of my old junker couch. And it was a junker. It was... God, that couch was awful. That couch was busted and saggy for like 3 years. But I'm just like, I never really used it at all, basically. So I didn't really care that it was just Riza's bed. But now it's just like, I want to take active time to just not do much, to just sit and watch something or things like that. take active time to relax. Actively do not much. And I couldn't do that in that couch. So finally got a new one. It feels nice when the couch actually supports you rather than basically just falling into it. I got a new TV for the living room. A smidge bigger, not much bigger, but enough that I like it. And then that also finally put the old living room TV into the bedroom, which is great. which is honestly the best part of it, because when I rearranged and got my new bedroom set, that relocated my TV in the bedroom from right next to the bed to on the opposite side of the room. So watching dubbed anime and stuff at night, and it's just like, it's tough to focus and read these subtitles from that far away. So it's nice that I can just relax. And then I did get a new mattress a few months back. And it was an improvement. It just wasn't a marked improvement. So I used the manufacturer's 90-day guarantee to return it and get a different one that I think works out better. I've had the new one for all of 2 days, 3 days so far. Three days, I think. And I'm enjoying it so far, but it needs to get broken before I have the hard comparison point. But yeah, it feels better. Yeah. All that stuff taken. It has been a lot. Done a lot to try and get caught up on the things of being an adult. And now I need to fucking save money again. Because, hey, all those things ain't cheap. Ay. How do that? Thanks for stuff. Don't have enough pet reads, I guess I might as well learn. Shamewell. It's a shamewell that you don't support me enough to even have pet reads. Can't believe you. And after all the streams we've done together, all 2 of them, listen, they've been good streams. Wow, Will, not counting us playing Pokemon Unite together. Not counting that as a stream together. Wow. Unless you're counting the half as the Super Mario Galaxy race. Look how steadily declining. It's like, I don't know. I was feeling all right about that one stream. We can mark that down to like a 0.75. I did all those things with getting up to date with my health things. And then I was just like, yeah, I should probably set up like the primary care physician and things like that. But I knew that upcoming was either going to be a shift in benefits holders, and I might be insured by a different company, and then just be like, I'm just going to do the basic stuff now. When I get a benefit locked in where it's going to be there for a bit longer, I can lock it in that way. Don't have to worry about bullshit if it's in network or not. And I'm glad I did that because, well, it coincidentally worked out that, hey, I'm changing jobs and we'll be under a different company and a different insurance. Also, another benefit of my new job, the benefits kick in immediately. The last places I've worked, the benefits only kicked in after you've been there for 90 days. But the new one, they kick in right away, which is very nice. I concur, Queen. I would also like to have myths stay living. And I also wish the insurance industry wasn't so fucked, and that insurance wasn't basically a hard requirement in order to exist, in order to obtain any semblance of healthcare. And even then, they can still actively fuck you over whenever they say so please. System is stupid. Also, yeah, it's the fact that benefits are tied to being employed, and then also many of them being like, yeah, but you don't get them until you've been here for at least 3 months. And then the insurance might cover all these other places. The cost can depend on a hospital basis. Hospitals charge whatever the fuck they want. Because if you look up a thing called the charge master, God, you're going to be upset even more than you already are with American healthcare system. All of it leaves you with a sense of ugh. That is a good point. And yeah, that's another thing. A large amount of hospitals do have financial assistance possibilities if you need help paying and things like that. The shitty thing is they won't fucking bring that up. You have to bring it up. It's just like, go fuck yourself. Come on. The fact that they actively be like, yeah, we have these things. We have all these systems to help. Well, we're not going to tell you they exist. It's like, go absolutely fuck yourself. It's baffling that is the standard, that they have assistance programs and that they actively do not tell you about it. Ah. It's another thing that I thought of is that we're in the process of setting up the next round of Neighborhood Watch Elite Four. In the process, it's not gonna happen for like another month, but plans are in motion. Howdy, Eternal Auto. Stopping by. Best of luck on your shiny, huh? Yeah, so as of now, I think 3 of us have figured out which Pokemon we're gonna use. And I think that's as far as any of us have gotten. No, you can, it's open for anyone to compete. It's just that the Elite Four is composed of Neighborhood Watchers. That's it. Yeah, anyone can compete. And Cahill will likely be the point of contact for reaching out for the sign-up sheet and stuff like that again when we get to that. Yeah, and like we got the theme figured out, started deciding on Pokemon, and then it's been a busy time, and now Arceus is out. So it's like, well, shit. No one's gonna be getting much work done into this for at least another week. Because I think the majority of us are taking their time on Arceus, taking the time or binging it, and having it just take up all their time. Howdy up. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. How was the stream? What were you up to? So I realize my alerts are very quiet. Probably adjust that. Also, based on some more shenanigans that Streamlabs has done, I should probably look into Streamlabs alternatives. Oh, there's no... I'm gonna have to do it on a single basis. Oh my god. Well... This is gonna take a while. Of course, I have to update them all on a individual basis. Just bumping up all the volumes. Good. Okay. Now the alert should be at more appropriate level. It's good you did good at Splatoon. Nice. Splatoon 1 or Splatoon 2? Also, heck, Splatoon 3 is coming out this year, isn't it? I'm gonna make it a point this time that I'm gonna play Splatoon. Gonna do that. Both times. How is it? Both Splatoons, I'm just like, this looks like a really fun time. And then I just never bought it. For whatever reason or another, I just never bought it. I've seen people play it. I'm just like, yeah, this looks like I'd have a great time with it. And I just didn't play. So this third one, I just gotta be like, nope, I'm freaking playing it this time. I swear. So, geez, it's only 9:30. How am I? I'm very tired for some reason. And I really don't know why, to be honest. Felt like I slept well. Maybe just the knowledge that I'm done working at my current position and I have a week off is just making the brain and body just be like, relax, my dude. Splatoon. Splatoon 2. I do get a chance to relax, and I need to take it. Again, that's been something I've been actively trying to do this year. Just take dedicated relaxation or personal time where I'm not doing something with other motives attached to it. Or it's just, I'm just gonna do this thing because I want to do this thing. Sit down and watch an anime, read a book, play a video game not on stream. I want to get back into doing those kinds of things. But obviously, I still very much like streaming. So here we are right now. I enjoy hanging out with y'all. Is that the last one? That's the last special. But overall, it's felt like it's been for the better that I've cut back on my streaming time. Maybe in a few months' time, I might add in another midweek stream, but we'll see. If anything, now that I'm trying to think back on what day I think would probably work best if I wanted to add back in midweek streams. My head is saying Wednesday. Yeah, I'm thinking if I wanted to, it would probably be Wednesday. Because it feels, because as time's gone on, as we've added so many wonderful friends to this community, and then there's obviously there's also the friends that are not yet in the neighborhood watch, but probably should be. It's come to pass that Mondays are incredibly busy. Monday nights has lots of people doing streams and stuff. I mean, every day there's lots of people doing streams and stuff, but Monday became that case especially. Feels like Wednesday's a bit more of a free spot. People who should be in the neighborhood watch, huh? Well, I I think we collectively pinged Barry for people that we other community members want to have them be officially part of the neighborhood watch. I know that was put together and at least sent to Barry. I don't know what's come of it since. I think Barry's doing a lot of rethinking though as of late with how he wants to handle certain things. So we shall see how things pan out. But yeah, there's plenty of people that I know we've at the very least, we as the general neighborhood watch are just like, yeah, they should be a part of the watch. Committing to 2 a week, Tuesday and Saturday. Nice. 3 is a lot. 3 is a lot. And I was doing 4. I was doing 4 consistently for 3 years straight. I really like streaming. I still really like streaming, but that is a lot of time. That is a lot of time. And I need to repurpose some. Jimbo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Get super distracted with trying to watch and support so many people in the community a lot. It's tough. There's no solution and option that's gonna let you support all the lovely people you want to in all the ways you want. Just do your best for you. Spread the love. Pandemic hit, I did 35 streams in 40 days. It was nightmarish. I don't know what that person was. God damn. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, at the moment, I'm going to be sticking to the current schedule at the very least through February, which is I might have I might have an extra stream next week as I have a full week off. But that's a might. The consistent stream schedule is still one Saturday stream, a potential Sunday stream, and the Sunday stream at the moment, and probably for this week and a few more weekends is going to be Like a Dragon speedrunning. And then we'll see where we go from there. Yeah, I don't think at this point I'm not seeing a scenario in which I go back to the full 4-day a week stream schedule I was on. Because again, I did actively enjoy my time streaming and hanging out with everyone that much, but it's just I need to take for other things. Being adult, taking care of oneself. These things are important. Very strong desire to play Persona 5 Royal. Like, I probably would have been playing that no matter what. Yeah, also trying to be better picking games. Every game I want to play. It's very small. No more Xenoblade, and then realize part of the way that Xenoblade is not a game I like and I want to. You don't have to commit to a game. That's something I learned fairly quickly with streaming. It's like, if I'm not enjoying the game, it tends to just not be that enjoyable of a time to watch either. So it's just like, if I'm not feeling it, I just can be like, I can be done with it, and that's okay. I didn't have to do it too much because I'm usually usually a good judge of my own taste. Or I'm just like, if I'm jumping into something, I tend to be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I will like this. But there have been occasions where I'm just like, yeah, this is maybe a one stream thing. Or I find out in a couple streams where it's just like, yeah, it's just not vibing with me. I'll just stop. The only one that comes to mind that happened recently for that was Parasite Eve 2. I was having an okay time with it. It just wasn't what Parasite Eve 1 was. Parasite Eve 1 was a silly mitochondria mess, but at least the RPG and combat stuff was actually kind of fun. Parasite Eve 2 just tries really way too hard to be Resident Evil, and it just flops. Barely could the game's on my own playtime, so committing for stream was a strong. It's tough. Music's a little loud. It's honestly not that loud for me. Or it shouldn't. Y'all can let me know if there's multiple people where it's just like, yeah, maybe you can turn the music down this much. At least you got up before third birthday. I have no way to play third birthday outside of emulator. Having a capture PSP is unfeasible for me. Diddler is not from Germany. I started the game a few days ago. I want to check to. I don't have any on hand that I can spare, unfortunately. The one Ditto I do have, actually, is German. And it's actively being used to shiny hunt right now. I think the music for the game should be roughly on par with how I treat. Oh, maybe that is a bit too loud. Now that I'm seeing it in a bit more detail. Just this doesn't have to be much fun. Yeah, it should be sitting a little bit below the yellow bar for my audio display, and it was a bit old. Or it was about at the yellow bar, so I'm fine. Nope. Is that 5? Plus. Of your new laptop, I did like 3000 bitrate, 60 FPS, 720 on Wi-Fi, and it took like a chunk. Nice. Yeah. Though in general, 3000. Twitch has recommended settings. I forget where they have them posted though. But Twitch does have recommended settings for streaming at various frame rates and resolutions. I think 720p 60 FPS they want you on at like 3500 bitrate minimum, I think. But the downside of raising bitrate is obviously sometimes it's tough on an individual's internet or on the streamer's internet And also because transcoding is something that's very difficult to do for all Twitch streamers, because there's so many. It's only a hard guarantee that you'll get transcoding if you're a Twitch partner. So whatever bitrate you're setting your stream at is what all of your viewers will have to watch it. So it's always something to keep in mind. It's why I did more streams before I was a consistent, quote unquote, consistent streamer. When I started in October of 2018, when I started being more consistent. Before then, I tried streaming at other points. I tried streaming at other points. And when I was doing that, I was doing a full 1080p 60 FPS at like 4,500 or like 5,000 bits per second, or whatever it converts. Like stupidly high, just because I had the capability for it. My internet was good. My computer could handle it. But that is a dumb idea, because that just means that if you don't have transcoding, it just means that your stream will buffer for a lot for the people that don't have the greatest of internet, or are on mobile, or many other myriad of things. So I was just being a bit stubborn at the time. Stubborn in that I wanted to represent the game and everything exactly as I was seeing it, but not understanding the whole picture with internet speeds. So yeah, if it ever becomes a point where Twitch is consistent with where Twitch is consistent where transcoding is available to more people, and you can know when you have transcoding, I would like to bump things up, because I can. And I have the resolution for it. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. So 720p 60 FPS is going to be the maximum for quite some time. Back to the original ISP. Since I moved, it's so damn bad that I had to tank my bitrate down to 1500, and I still was having great. You love see it. That's actually something I'm surprised Dan doesn't do. Especially because Dan's Dan keeps his stream visuals very minimalistic. I'm surprised Dan doesn't do a 1080p 60 FPS stream now that he hit partner. Especially now that he's in Seattle. Seattle should have great internet for at the very least the bitrate side of things. And then with the guaranteed transcoding, it just means that with the people that want to watch it in the highest of definitions, they have the ability to do so. Oh, one. 5 more. I don't think his computer could handle it. Computer has been struggling lately to even play some games he has been wanting. Yep, that would explain it. Yeah, especially if it's just even having a rough time just playing some of the games he wants to. What it shouldn't have struggled playing is Bloodborne on the PSX. God damn, I downloaded that. I need to play that at some point. Cause holy fuck. It's so amazing that exists. That someone decided to demake Bloodborne as if it was made on the PlayStation 1. And it looks so good. It looks so good. It looks so good. Twitch recommends 4,500 for 720 to 60. Yeah, that's rough though. 4,500 is a lot to ask. I think I have mine at 3,500. I think it's like they give you a range, and I think I said. Yeah, I know it's not the full game, or Bloodborne PSX is not the entirety of the game, but holy fuck. They did such a great job of not only figuring out a way to demake the game, but have it hit the right nostalgia. There's little bits of jank, but obviously there's things that are clearly smoothed over that would not be possible on the original PlayStation, stuff like that. It's just incredibly well done. Just really incredibly well done. They sent today on my brand new laptop, which is like graphics card. Yeah, that's nice. That's better. That's a marked improvement. Not slash. Also, I'm hungry. Why am I hungry? Oh yeah, I also gave blood a week ago. That would probably also explain why I'm still a little tired. Body's having to refill a liter or two of blood. That would probably explain it too. It takes a little bit of time to build back that blood level. Forgot about that. It was too long since last time. I needed to do that, and I'd become reliant on my employer setting up blood donation days where they bring in the mobile units to the facility, and employees can sign up for a time and give blood then. I need to just do it me own dang self. Because it's something I have the capability to do. Why am I sorting these? I'm doing bread runs. I don't need to sort them. Also, I did have fairly light meals today. I think the past couple months on Saturdays, I've tried to order food in from a restaurant or something, which usually is a very large amount of substance. And today I had a microwave yakisoba, i.e. just a slightly more fancy, the microwave ramen, and then in some leftover tikka masala, which both were great. Not very filling. But both were fantastic. God, it's one of the things I'm so glad I went on my trip for. My big old road trip. Nearly 3 years ago now, Jesus. I got to try out quite a few new foods and stuff. And I'm so glad I got to try tikka masala because it's so delicious. And then that got me into curry, which I need to find a place that has curry mix so that I can make that tomorrow. Because I want to make some curry. Also, at some point, I need to find some people to hang out IRL now that I'm moved. Should probably see if there's a KBBQ place that I can go to. Because I have not had KBBQ since my trip. And I want to have it again. To Mitsua for the first time last month. I'm still buzzing about it. So I don't. Want to make some more katsu here soon, but also need to be so fluffy. What? Define fluffy. Are you just saying that you're on a diet? I don't fully understand. Not be so fluffy. Okay, listen. Gotcha. Gotcha. Don't have KBBQ here that I'm aware of, at least not in my town. Find yourself in New York City or southwestern Connecticut. That's good ramen and cold place. Ah, that's something I haven't tried yet either. I haven't tried any pho. What is pho? I should be like, yeah, I've heard of that. I should probably try that. I'm just like, oh yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, at some point, I probably should take a trip to New York City or something. Because one, I've never had authentic New York style pizza, and I should. Two, because I know I had mentioned it in passing at some point, but could go see Kelvy and Carnist. And now Aroc is relatively close to there too, so. Pho is Vietnamese soup. Ah. I'd be down to try that. I suppose I had something. No, it was Chinese soup that I had with Queen. I think it was Tom Yum soup, I believe is what it was called. It was like a chicken and mushroom soup that I really enjoyed. That now that I've just like, again, me dealing with young Tom. Brooklyn Burgers. I have not been in the mood for burgers. Or not ever, but like in the past couple of years especially, it's been like, I just don't want burgers anymore. It's very strange. It's been a very strange shift in taste for me. But yeah, as time's gone on, like I've tried some mushrooms in dishes and stuff like that. And younger Tom just like avoided them because icky mushrooms. But now I've had some more and I've just been like, I actually kind of like it. But at the time when I went and was on my trip, I still was on that I was still in that dingus mindset and didn't even like try the mushrooms in the soup that I got when I saw Queen. Just like, I should have tried that. I don't know what I could have been missing. Have a good work. Thanks again, by the way. Take care. I need to just try them in more different contexts. Yeah, I think it's been like 3 or 4 times now over the past few years. The past, like, 2 to 3 years or so. Where I've had something with mushrooms on it or something, and I'm just like, oh, it's actually kind of nice. I like that. I'm thinking about it. I'm just like, now that I'm at a position where I'm actually earning vacation time, it's just like, maybe I can actually plan a trip like that for like a couple days plus a weekend or something. I can take vacations. I sure can. And I can now, or something that I should do again in this year is to just be like, I just don't want to go to Wisconsin really anymore. I need to actively just say that for the family and stuff that wanted me to come back and visit for things like that, where I'm just like, I just don't want to go back there anymore. Like, I'll go back to like Minneapolis and Minnesota. I just don't. I'm just so done with Green Bay. Like, there's only like a couple friend groups that I really want to see when I'm there. The rest of the time, I'm just like a depressed mess whenever I'm in Wisconsin. So I'm just like, I should just say that I'm done. And have it only be very rare occasions, even rarer than they currently are. That's the one thing that I haven't gotten to yet that I need to and hopefully can start doing by the end of the month once the new benefits kick in. So I'd like to actually start talking to a therapist. Something that literally all of my friends who have talked to therapists have been like, yes, it has helped greatly and immensely. You should do it. But then I just haven't. And I have the money for it. I will have the benefits for it. So the only excuse I had at the time was I had no time for it, and then I just needed to stop making that excuse and do it. Better myself. Start building up the experience of talking things out instead of just reciting things to myself in my head. Because they're vastly different when it comes to actually having to confront those situations. It is much better to have had the experience of talking them out rather than just the mental exercise of doing so. Mental exercise doesn't hurt, but it's just such a vastly different experience. Yeah. And again, back to insurance, just being like, didn't want to dive too deep into it, especially if I was changing the insurance plans, because it might be covered under one but not covered on the other. It's like, yeah. Just let me try to do things that help me physically and mentally on a budget that won't destroy me. Hopefully I can, once I get in the swing of things with the new job, get all the benefits and stuff figured out, that I can hopefully get that set up by the end of the month, maybe. I hope it's too. I think it will. We'll see. We will see. Because one of the downsides of being a mechanical engineer, a profession that historically in the US is a white boy's job, is that tends to also at the very least on the mechanical side of things to also mean that a large portion of the people that are in the job are very, very conservative. And not conservative as in that's bad in its own right. I mean more higher penchant for anti-vax, more higher penchant for racism, more higher penchant for sexism, etc., etc. It's been one of the more depressing things as I've gone on in years in mechanical engineering. It's just so many situations where it's just like, yep, that's people will just be assholes and be completely happy in being. It's just like, great, fucking fantastic. Like just a random thing at the current, or at the place that I was just working at, just a random conversation that was happening, and someone brought up like sand volleyball courts and stuff like that, and was talking about one of their friends that played, and just like, even and then one person was just like, oh, and then just like, because assumed volleyball was just like, oh, is she good at it or not? It's just like, well, actually it's the guy. It's just like, just those little things where it's just like, do you seriously think beach or sand volleyball's only things women play? It's like, that's like a bafflingly old thing. I'm just like, that's like even more than I've ever heard before. It's just so strange. Also, heck. Hi, Dan. Welcome to we're talking about whatever that comes to mind and spinning in circles. Thank you for the raid, Dan. How you do? What were you playing? Were you playing the Arceus? when you were playing them new Pokémons. Hope you were having a good time with it. But welcome everyone. If you've seen Dan's shiny hunting streams, you'll kind of know what you're in for for this stream. We're mostly just spinning in circles, listening to some tunes, and just chatting about whatever comes to mind, whatever people want to chat about. Run to record, but I hope you have a good stream. Thank you, Dan. First time playing it for you was a blast. I'm glad you're having a great time with it, Dan. I've been enjoying what I've played of Arceus 2. I'm only about 8 hours in or so, but I'm glad you're having a great time with it. I'm enjoying how the direction they took with this game. It's like one thing that I didn't discuss on it, because again, I don't want to discuss too far into Arceus, because again, only about 8 hours in, not even beyond the first area. I am not far in the game, and many people are still moseying their way along, so I don't want to have anyone be spoiled if they don't want to. But one thing that the game does is just, I'm from a design perspective, a mechanics design perspective, this game is incredibly smart. Like, there is a lot that they do that really emphasizes the speed of how they do things, and the speed of even just menu navigation, the speed of getting to some of the information you want from the Pokedex. Is just like there's a lot of smart stuff there that just it speeds things up so fast. Or like menu navigation is so much faster. The game, obviously, you're doing stuff constantly in the game, so they needed to not have it play like this, where it stops you every 5 seconds when you're playing through Pokemon, being like, this Pokemon got to level up. It wanted to learn this move. Do you want to replace one of its moves for this move? It's just the amount of menu navigation that piles up when playing through a Pokemon game is massive. And in just with how they're trying to go about Arceus' design, where you're catching a lot of Pokemon, you're doing it kind of like a research type of thing. They obviously couldn't have those text boxes constantly, so there's a lot of things where it's just like it doesn't bog you down with that information up front. Unfortunately, it does mean that you will likely miss a lot. You will miss a lot because you'll be learning, Pokemon will learn moves. Evolving is now at the press of a button rather than automatically when they reach that level, which makes sense given that you want to maybe get some research done on a Pokemon before you evolve it. But the biggest things that I like is just the menu navigation for your items. Going from a giant list to a grid is fantastic. Just because it's so much it's so much more faster for navigation. And then the one that I like the most is if you're out in the wild and you're tracking a Pokemon, if you lock into it, or if you lock onto it and then hit the Pokedex button, it will bring you right to that Pokemon's Pokedex page. It's just like, that's good, that's smart. I'm glad. It's just like, oh, well, I gotta dig into my notebook, I gotta bring it up. What number was this Pokemon, or where was it sorted in the Pokedex? Don't gotta worry about it. Just look at the Pokemon and hit the Pokedex button, and it'll bring it right to it. It's just like, God, it's so nice. There's a lot of smart mechanics like that I'm very appreciative of. Been times where I didn't know I had to move for like 10 levels. Yeah, that's the downside. Is because because there's a lot of information, you're doing a lot of things, and that information is usually not so, or you're usually not being fed that amount of information so fast in a Pokemon game. That just means there is a lot that you will miss. So if a new move is learned, like, it lingers a bit more when when you get the level up. It lingers on screen a bit more, but there's a lot that you're paying attention to at any given time in Arceus, so it's very easy to miss something. But luckily, it hasn't so far been a large detriment if I've missed something. Because every now and again, I'll just be like, oh, I haven't checked in on my Pokemon in a while. I should maybe check out if they've learned any moves or things like that. Or maybe just take a trip back to town, turn in some research, and do some other things to check up on, clear some things out, things like that. It feels like it kind of has a good structure built in for, yes, it's giving you a crap ton of information at any given time, but it also incentivizes you to occasionally just like go back, turn in the research. Not only turn in the research, but it's also you're in the camp when you're doing it, so it's a good time to do some crafting, do these other things. It's like you can do a good focus into that, and then a good resettling, getting everything reconfigured for the next expedition. Feels like it leads you to that very well, and I've enjoyed that. So no such thing as sleep. And McBuffy52, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. The alt-text for like levels and evolution better than the light blue for new moves that pops. Yeah, that's fair. The color choice depending on the background too. Just some colors pop more than others. I'm surprised that they didn't do like an additional like outline or something to make some of the colors that don't pop so well, especially given yeah, the light blue or light green color scheme might be tough if you're in a big area that's a large grassy field and everything is green. So it just might blend a bit too much if there were maybe a bit more than just the semi-opaque black backing. If there's maybe a bit of an outline or something that made it just pop a little bit more. Or if it did a shimmer or something where it was just like new move and then just did like a little white stripe wipe across it or something just to make it pop. You're like, oh, got it. It does do some things to it, but yeah, the colors themselves maybe just don't quite cut it enough. Again, not again. I keep saying again, but it's a nitpick. It's not a big this game sucks because of it, but it's just like it's there, it's present. It could just be a little bit, pop a little bit more, just to make sure you don't miss the important stuff. But yeah, I'm having a great time with Arceus so far. Hope everyone else is who's had the chance to play it. But if any of you lovely folks that came over from Dan's stream have anything you want to talk about, feel free to speak up. Got any questions? Random or otherwise. Feel free to ask, because we got all the time in the world while we spin in circles. Don't like the new moves menu, mainly because if you don't change anything, hitting B to exit pops up a confirmation. Hitting B cancels. Yeah, that I did notice that. I did notice that when it seems your Pokemon in general don't learn as many moves as they used to, but I could be wrong. But yeah, the menu to assign the moves over is odd. Because again, if you hit B to exit, it will remove your changes, but it brings up a confirmation box for it. But assigning the moves also brings up a confirmation box. Feels like it would be better suited if you assigned the new moves and then there was just like an undo button or a leave button. or something like that to just make it a bit more clear. Because yeah, I remember already like a couple situations where I'm like, I put this move on this Pokemon, didn't I? And then checked again. It's just like, nope, I apparently did not. But again, small things, little nitpicks, and an overly positive experience. We're already at 175. Also, I've had to do a lot of bridge runs. I guess Munchlax takes quite a few steps to hatch. Not pseudo legendary, but whatever the step in between. It hasn't felt like it's been that slow, but given how many eggs I've been getting, I think it is. It feels a bit slower than the 5,000 step average. Either that or the Snorlax that I put into the daycare just really is getting... It's fine. It's fine, Kelby. We've done worse. We've done worse. Oh, looking at you, Dreepy, I think was the worst one. Pseudo legendary starts 10,000 steps and it took us like 800 plus eggs to get. That one was awful. That one took so long. Yeah. Pseudo legendaries be like that. Pseudo legendaries take their sweet time hatching. Yeah, the standard is 5,000. The majority of Pokemon. And I think Litten was the opposite. Litten was annoying to hatch because I have a Flame Body Pokemon that cuts the steps you need in half. But apparently, I think it was Litten, hatches in less than 5,000 steps. Litten hatches in like 3,000 or something like that. And I actually would run out of eggs to hatch because I was hatching them too fast. So I had to actively slow down. Well, I had to equip a Pokemon without Flame Body to slow down the hatch rate. for a bit so I could accumulate more eggs to keep the flow nice. 6 more eggs. 5 more eggs. Then we can do more bread runs. Four. Three. Hearing this song just reminds me of just like, that's one thing I'm gonna miss about not streaming more often. 2. Is I'm definitely not gonna be able to do a stream of old school JRPGs again. 1. Because I really had a great time streaming and playing through Suikoden 2 and Xenogears. And the next game that I was gonna do for another PS1 JRPG is I was gonna do Valkyrie Profile. But that's a long game. Jesus, how many streams did Xenogears take me? I think Xenogears was like 17 streams or something. That was like a full month. It's like a full month to get through that game. A full 17 3 to 4 hour streams. It was long. I'm very glad I got to play it though. I really had a great time playing it. And I finally understood what happens on disc 2, which for Xenogears is very notorious in that it strips large swaths of the gameplay out, instead in favor of cutscenes and scrolling walls of text and stuff like that. And it was not nearly as bad as I was expecting. And they did a great job with what they had on with the remaining time and budget. They had to get what they wanted into the game as much as they possibly could. It did hurt it a bit being like, yeah, it feels like a lot of these would be better told through an actual cutscene rather than a wall of text, for sure. Because there were like new characters that were introduced and either killed off or their purpose was served, and it was all done in the wall of text. It was just like, oh, okay, this was a semi-important character for a little bit at least, and then just there they go. But overall, that was a fun game to play. It was a very unique game. Very, very unique game. And again, one of the few times where I've been like, it was very refreshing to see a JRPG start out with the similar trope you've seen in every JRPG of, oh, we live in a sweet, wholesome, peaceful, small village out in the forest or mountains. But then suddenly things go awry and the town is destroyed and stuff like that. It's just like, it kind of starts that way too. But then the main character is just like, I don't want to do this adventure. This incredibly terrible thing happened to me. I'm not exactly gung-ho to do this giant grand old adventure you're trying to set me on, because fucking I want to rebuild to deal with the trauma that was just pressed upon me. It was just like, the damn game actually treating it for real, and that was very nice to see. It did a great job of making these things that have large weight attached to them. Deaths of characters, villages under attack and stuff like that. It did such a fantastic job of actually giving them the weight that they have, or that those situations would actually have. Versus many JRPGs that I've played through where it's just like, yeah, this is just JRPG affair. It's just like, yep, village is on fire, I gotta save it. Do.
Journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived. When they arrived,
I'm trying to think what, once the Shiny Hunt streams are done, or if there is a break to Shiny Hunt streams, what should my Saturday stream be? I think maybe at some point maybe in a couple weeks or so, the stream might just be like playing Arceus in late game, and we can fully discuss all the things with the game. Something like that. But yeah, it's gonna be gonna have to figure out how to proceed with without having full playthroughs being the main thing that I do, because that is what I absolutely did. Ever do a chat decided speedrun? I have not. I do need to set that up. It has been like a year. I need to have people submit suggestions again and then boil through them and stuff like that. Maybe I'll do that like next month. Or I might just plan things out. Yeah, I have to try and figure out the window that I want people to submit runs they would like me to try. Set a window of time for that. Set a window of time for taking a look at said runs, seeing which ones are feasible, which ones I think would be fun to learn, and then whittling that list down to just a few, and then having a poll or something decide that run. Something like that. Yeah. Eventually shinies will dwindle down, especially because I've cut my stream hours by more than half, but I only cut the cost of shinies by a third. So the rate of shinies will be less. We got 3 in tow. We got 3 queued up already, which will last us quite some time. So no worries on that. But yeah, I'm thinking that might have to be the case. Is something like that where my Saturday streams, if not shiny hunts, are either doing a stream with someone else or doing a stream with another person, or kind of just like a let's play this game and let's chat about it type of a deal. Or I'll have to maybe go the Barry method of just one stream to start up a game and play around with it, and then if I'm feeling it, then have it probably be playing in my own time, or being comfortable with a game's progression being on a weekly basis instead of on a every other date type of basis. And something I need to in general, and from a mental standpoint, just figure out how I want to go about streams with other people, because I know I need to, maybe I should get like I'm trying to think if maybe I should get like a stream deck or something, because in general I know I don't pay attention to chat as much as I would like when I'm doing streams with other people. Because in general, if I'm playing, doing a stream with another person, my primary focus tends to be on the game and the other person I'm actively playing with. And chat, unfortunately, falls to the wayside, and I want to figure out a way that I can bring that back more. And I think a part of it might just be I need to set up an easy way that I can remind myself to occasionally just mute myself in the call and chat with chat directly, which is something I can do. It's just I haven't done it, and because it's always more than a singular button press away, so that's where my head is thinking maybe a stream deck may come in handy. If there's one that's relatively simple. I don't need a fancy full Elgato stream deck or anything, but just a few programmable buttons off of my keyboard would be nice. I know I don't always have to talk, but it does. It does. I don't know. It's just me being like, I don't want to ignore chat that much. Like, I know that if I'm in that, of course, if I'm doing a stream with someone, the top priority is, for me, the top priority is the person I'm streaming with. I want to make sure I'm giving a large amount of attention to what they're saying and stuff like that, and then obviously the things get prioritized under that. But it feels like it gets to a point where I'm just like, it feels like I'm not interacting with chat at all when when I want to. And I can interact more, I know, if I just mute myself on the call for a bit and in chat, or have a mute and deafen type of thing where I can just do that. But I need to Yeah, I need to figure out a setup that would be good for that. Because if I mute myself, I need to remember. I will have to become accustomed to being like, I need to unmute myself at the end of certain things. Because I will 100% forget. And I want to make sure I, as much as I can, have ways of having something remind me if I'm on mute or if I'm on deafen or something. What else? Anything any of y'all would want to chat about? I think I've ran through the majority of the things that I had on me brain. Brain's been everywhere lately for me and just trying to get back into self-care routine. That it can be. That it but hopefully brain can relax, calm down, take it a step at a time, get one portion of the self-care routine back in motion. Then after a bit of that, add in the next step. Take it a bit. Take in one little portion of it at a time until you build up to the back into the full routine. That's definitely something that I've done. When I started taking more time to myself, it became like, I want to do all of these things, get them all in there and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I will not maintain this pace if I just do a drastic shift and add all of these things into the regular routine. So I've been trying to slowly partition them into little by little, and pretty soon I should, once things heat up a bit more here again, I can get back into morning walks with Riza rather than afternoon. Because I kind of liked having that out of the way, nice and early. And then at some point get exercise back into there as well, because that's stopped. That's stopped for a bit as well, so I want to get back to that eventually too. Figuring out when to start adding that back in. Aye. Back to where I was. It's hard. I do that same thing with trying to all things I could do before at once rather than having it be one. Yeah, it's for me. It's been setting a schedule for it, or for setting a schedule, or typing things into a calendar for for things. That's been the thing that's helped me out a bunch. It's just been like, okay, I want to start doing this again. Okay, then set in a date like a week or 2 weeks later and have my calendar be there with a reminder of, and then obviously it's on the calendar so I have it visible to me. That way I can just be like, okay, so we're getting this all settled in. We got this upcoming. I think I can make it work or shift things around then. Working on the zine piece helped me get back into the groove of arting, but I fell off hard on working out on other stuff. Yeah. Schedule is also hard. But also congrats, Calvi, on that zine. That's a heck of a thing. It's awesome. So while we've been getting a lot of Darren Corbin, stream playlist has absolutely loved the Darren Corbin, which, not complaining. Darren Corbin is great. But it's supposed to be a large shuffle of all the things I have, and it's been a lot of Darren Corbin. Howdy, Ron. Thanks for stopping by. All the regular Munch blocks are gonna get released. They're gonna get released in batches of 100 via Pokemon Home. Because I don't have anything. I don't have anything to do with them. The little lads will just be released and will cause a massive wildlife problem just with every single time we shine. Releasing hundreds of Pokemon into the wild at a singular location. For a lot of time I do it, make sure I could get it done in time. Went to sisters for a few days, watch kiddo, having myself a sleep schedule over that. You had some adventures. But now it's time to hash out the routine before the next adventure. Also, another thing that helps with trying to get yourself into the swing of a thing is to remove the obstacles from why you aren't doing it. I think it's what I've heard the phrase before, where it's just like, just take willpower out of the equation. Where it's just like, if there's a wall to overcome, you will basically just reach a point where it's just like, I'm not feeling like getting over this wall today. But you can make that wall a little bit lower, and you're just gonna be like, okay, I can do that. Like every little bit you can do to remove small hindrances between you and the thing you want to do, it will help immensely as time goes on. He gets up at 5 a.m. and there were nights where I only got 3 hours of sleep where I still didn't fall asleep. Yeah, that's kids, all right. That is the tough part of becoming a parent. It's like, yeah, your sleep schedule is gonna be real fucked. This small being you've now made into existence can't do anything on its own for multiple years. And those first ones are rough. Get tested to ADHD. More I find out the struggles of ADHD, the more I wonder if I have it. That will help. That would help too. Having an actual diagnosis and a method of treating it, if there are routes to doing so. Having that known, having it be a known quantity can for sure help. Another thing that I need to add on to my list of things to do with wanting to get therapy is to actively take time to research what some of these type of conditions I know of to look more into them, to be like, am I any of these? And then if I feel like I'm like damn close to any of them, then just be like, I should go in and see if they're get an official diagnosis. Need to try to not try to self-diagnose too hard though. I am not a medical researcher. But a small baseline would help. Yeah, obviously. None or confirmed would be nice. Yep. Known quantity. If it's just like, do I have it? Do I not? There's a lot of waffling that can happen. As soon as it becomes known, then it's like, okay, there's steps we can take in either direction on either direction once it is known. Also, I need to get back to using my standing desk as a standing desk more often. I have been lacking on that. I've been lacking on it because that's why I've been lacking on it. Is because for the most part, when I was doing my standing desk or using my standing desk as an actual standing desk, it was almost exclusively at the beginning of my streams. I tied that routine to my streams. And once I stopped having 4 streams a week, I completely forgot about using my standing desk as a standing desk. Oops. I should do that, yeah. Also, the speedrunning didn't help. Because I am not going to try to change between standing and sitting desk in the middle of a 4-hour speedrun. There's already a lot of accommodations I have to do to make Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrunning work with my setup. Switching between standing and sitting. It's not what I want to add. Howdy, bird. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good doze. Nuzzle on up in the corner. Get comfy, cozy. Have a relax. Let the aquatic ambience soothe you. I'm doing well, Bert. Think I'll learn another speedrun after I reach my goal, or main focus is just going to be Like a Dragon? I don't know. For now, it's about reaching a goal with Like a Dragon, but that goal keeps shifting. Because my goal was going to be sub 330. Which my PB is a 332.07 or something like that. So that was going to be my goal. But now, that feels like that's gonna be pretty obtainable. And not just like, oh, I can put some more practice in and I'm gonna get it. It's just like, no, I did a reroute and I knocked off 3 minutes of the run. So it feels like that one's gonna be a pretty, that one, if not tomorrow, it will happen very soon. So I don't know exactly where I want my goal to be with Like a Dragon anymore. But I know that at the very least by the end of this month I need to put the speedrun down for a bit. Whether I'll pick up another speedrun right after, we'll see how I'm feeling. I don't really have anything in mind right now where I'm just like, yeah, I think I'd want to speedrun that. At some point in time, maybe go back to Mario Odyssey to try and get a sub 115. Which was my initial goal, but stopped at sub 120 instead. Yeah, there's not really anything right now where I've played a game and I'm just like, yeah, I want to speedrun. Though once I'm done with Arceus, I do want to see what a speedrun of Arceus looks like. The speedrun of Arceus is going to be wild. It's going to be a very strange speedrun. I want to try some of Mario. I forgot how floaty the moving is. Yeah. Mario's a floaty, floaty boy. Howdy, Axtrosing. Stop by. You eventually get used to the floatiness once you've done it enough time, put in a couple runs where it's just like, okay, I get the feel of these Italian plumber physics. but it takes a bit. But yeah, I'm even just trying to think through like what game I would want to try a speed run of. Yeah, there's just basically nothing is coming to my mind right now. Like if anything, it would be a game that comes out this year sometime or something. Something that grabs me unexpectedly where I'm just like, oh, I want to see what this looks like done very speedily. Because I've done 5? Yes, 5 speedruns. Done Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. Done SteamWorld Quest. Done Mario Galaxy, Mario Odyssey, now Yakuza Like a Dragon. I guess you could technically say 6 because I did SteamWorld Quest 100%. Did SteamWorld Quest 100% last year. Which was very much its own beast. Also nice extra. Congrats. Had Shovel Knight on the mind. Do you think you'll give Pocket Dungeon a try? Maybe. Pocket Dungeon on the outset feels like a game that's not for me. I'm not the biggest in terms of those types of falling block puzzle type games, though I know it operates fundamentally very different than just a normal puzzle block game like that. And I think I would probably end up enjoying it. But at the moment, my head's not really having a hankering for it. There's just not really much coming to mind in terms of speedrunning that I want to do outside of Yakuza Like a Dragon. But that might very well just be because Yakuza Like a Dragon's been on my brain for the past 2 months. And it's really embedded itself in there. It's embedded itself in there real deep. The amount of times where I'm just like messing around doing something else and I'll be like, oh wait, there's this one thing that I could maybe do, and then gets me into diving into game facts for information on where an item is located or how much it costs or something like that, to be like, maybe I could fit that in. The amount of times that's happened over the past couple months is excessive. Oh my god. I just had a realization. So I was thinking, just be like, what if there's a higher category for Yakuza Like a Dragon, which there is. There's the all sub-stories run. And then I had the realization of like, in order to do all the sub-stories in that game, you have to romance all 5 options. All 5 romantic options, which, by the way, casually, the romance options in Yakuza Like a Dragon are probably one of the weakest points of the game. It feels like something that was thrown in just as a nod to Persona. They are not fleshed out. They don't feel like actual relationships at all. It's very disappointing. But because Aerie is one of the romanceable options, in order to romance her, you need her at max max bond link. And the only way to increase Aerie's bond link is to do the business minigame. So you need to do the fastest route through the business minigame, the entirety of the business minigame. I love the business minigame. Speedrunning it sounds not fun at all. Does that mean I'm full on eggs already? I sure ain't. But yeah, if you like the business minigames section of the Yakuza Like a Dragon, any percent speedrun is about 10 minutes. We only have to do 3 board meetings. That gets us from rank 150 to rank 100. We would then have to get from rank 100 to rank 1. That would take so long. I'm sure there's already a well thought out method to getting the right properties, getting the right recruits, getting the right ones for the board meetings, fastest board meeting routing. I'm sure all of that's already been done, but like, in order to get to the next board meeting, you have to do 4 cycles of just running business. Each of those is like 30 seconds where you're just sitting there and holding R2 to make it go faster. It's like, the more I think about it, I'm just like, it sounds really hard to route, but once you have it routed, it just sounds really boring to do. It sounds like a run that I would enjoy routing more than actually running. But the routing's already been done, so I'm just not going to do it. But yeah, there's the reference that I know now that I've caught Froob is a prolific Yakuza franchise speedrunner. And I've been watching his streams whenever he does Like a Dragon speedruns to try and learn a few things. And he mentioned how Yakuza 0 has become an unfun run. It's because like it used to be in a really fun run where you're doing a bunch of the different combat styles, or you're using a couple combat styles mainly, but still you're doing like the combat as it's more so like kind of intended. Not anymore. Someone had the bright idea to look into some of the optional weapons and stuff that you can get and equip onto the characters while you're playing. Someone found out some of the buffs you get onto your characters, like damage increases or like abilities and stuff that increase your damage, can carry over onto those items. And then they found out that shotguns are fairly easy to get. So it turned all of these fights where they had kind of like a plan where it's just like, okay, we kind of want to lure the enemies here so they can maybe group up and take down as many as possible and stuff like that. And now it's just take out a shotgun and fire. It's just like, yeah, that doesn't sound like a fun run anymore. all this routing and planning and a lot of technical finesse and game knowledge and stuff like that, just all kind of mostly thrown to the wayside in favor of just getting the powerful item and using the powerful item over and over again. Well, the mental image is ridiculous. All these fancy things that you can do in the game, and you're just pulling out a shotgun and just firing. But there's another run that you can do in Yakuza Like a Dragon. There is a new game. There's a new game plus. There's increased difficulties as well, but the increased difficulties are only available in New Game Plus. New Game Plus is not a fun run. Because New Game Plus, there's no limit to how high of a level you can be. Or there's no there's a limit. There's level 99 in your level and your job level. But if you're playing New Game Plus, you just download the run file, which has every character at max level, max job level, max stats and everything, and just choose the fastest ability possible. And by fastest ability possible, I mean the abilities that have cutscenes that you can skip. So for most of the run is what's the minimum amount of turns you can take, and what cutscene moves are you going to use for that? And you just cutscene move, skip, cutscene move, skip, cutscene move, skip, fight's done, run to the next place, cutscene move, skip. It's just like, that sounds so boring. It sounds so boring. It's like 2 hours of just cutscene skipping. But if people enjoy it, more power to them. But man, I'm just like, no, absolutely not. Hi, Casa. Thanks for stopping by. For the record, you'd be surprised how many problems you can solve with pulling out a shotgun. Not terribly wrong. Yeah, that's just Yakuza speedrunning stuff. I mean, that's not so much solving the problem as much it is removing the problem from existence. You haven't solved it, you've just deleted the problem. Strong difference between solving and removing. Has no one else made scrambled eggs with a shotgun? Howdy. Thanks for stopping by. Now I'm trying to think what it would take to scramble eggs with a shotgun. I mean, you could just fire it a lot and then scramble the eggs on the barrel when it's extremely hot. That's the boring solution, though. That's the boring solution, though. More Darren Korb. iTunes has Darren Korb on the brain, apparently. Edith thought we would put eggs in a shell, but I don't know if I'd get hot enough to scramble. Oop, why am I mining? I have a feeling near you'd get a gradient. The side that would be closest to the gunpowder would get fried and incinerated. Somewhere in the middle, there might be a little bit of scramble, but then the rest would just get expelled at great velocity and wouldn't get heated up at all. You might get like 2% of the egg being adequately scrambled. The rest would just be spit out. I think we're gonna try to go for 390. I think we'll try to get to 450, and then we'll probably call it quits for the night then. So it'll probably be like another 45 minutes or so. 45 minutes or so, and then we'll call it quits. I think that's how long it'll take to hatch another 60. I think. Yeah, I'm already feeling pretty pretty tired and got to do some stuff tomorrow. We'll get laundry started, get groceries, etc., etc. But then I'm excited for and then I'm excited to show everyone my new route in Yakuza Like a Dragon. I've put a lot of work into it. I had the idea early on in the week, just like, oh, maybe I can do this, and then began. I think it's like either like 3 or 4 hours on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and today that I spent doing research and testing this dang route. Or just like, I've got it. I think it's set in stone. I've done the amount of testing that I feel is adequate to make sure it works. And I just want to show it. I want to show it now. Do a full dang or recorded run with it. We'll just have to work through the beginning of the run woes that we always have to. Because getting out of chapter 2 with a good time is a pain. Those first 2 chapters can just really decide to waste your time with some bad RNG. Up until chapter 5, that's the problem. Chapter 3 is not bad. Chapter 3 is pretty dang consistent, but chapters 1, 2, and 4 are... Chapters 1, 2, and 4 are very RNG dependent, and there's nothing we can do to improve them. It's just too early in the game. There's just not enough options available. We have no money. There's not really any good equipment to get either. The options are just so limited in that early game for how quick you can go. And then we do chapter 5, and then we become overpowered for... We become overpowered until chapter 12. And then even then, it's not as RNG heavy, but yeah. I wish there were ways that we could maybe make it less RNG dependent, but unfortunately not. Just not a way around it. And I tried my darndest. Oh, I tried my darndest. Just not a way to do it, though. Gonna say, I thought I swapped them out. There. Inverse nice? Nope. I actually don't know what a shiny Munchlax even looks like. Is it like a light blue? That feels like that would be a shiny. If only there were one way to find out. I can't get it right now. Also, it probably didn't help me being tired by watching a Pokemon yawn 250 times now. Been doing nothing but watching this Pokemon yawn 250 times over the course of the past nearly 4 hours. We could call it before 450. 450 feels like a good stopping point, though, because it's 300 Pokemon hatched today. Feels nice to end at. I hatched a quantity of 100, or a multiple of 100. Gotta get the wrong numbers. The amount of lengths I've gone through in so many situations to end in either an even number or a 5. The amount of times I've had to reconfigure things or plan things out or things like that just to hit clean numbers, it's too many times to count. Howdy, Greg. Thanks for stopping by. Did you just get back from work? Or are you just strolling in general? Or get done with work in Arceus? You're still stream. Why are you streaming? And here? What are you doing? Okay. You're on your 15-minute lunch break in Arceus. Waiting for a thing to spawn for. I was gonna say, why are you waiting for 15 minutes? But I'm like, wait, I'm the one who assigned the 15 minutes to it. No one specified a time except for me. I'm tired. The thing has happened, then go do the thing. Goodbye. Have fun with things. That Greg, what a card. Waiting for audience cued laughter. That's all it did was make me think of all the dang shows that I used to watch where I'm just like, this joke wasn't that funny. Why is there a laugh track here? Wait. Why did that one hatch earlier than the rest? Uh-oh. You are funny, Toucan. You're funny for calling out the tropes of sitcom yore, or or something like that. But then I'm thinking back, or I'm just thinking back to those, and I'm just like, man, that's so much wasted time. It's like I can't. Whenever I see any of those types of shows with those canned laughters or anything, I'm just like, I don't like it anymore. It actively just feels awkward now to me. Pads out the short script, and it ruins the flow. It ruins the flow to actively have a break after you said a joke. It's just like it, like if the audience didn't get the joke, it's just like, that's okay. You can just keep pressing on. Weird to think back on that it's just the norm to to tell the audience when they should laugh. Yeah. Clips of sitcoms with a laugh track edited out. Yeah, it's so disturbing. It's just so strange. It just feels so very inauthentic. Be like, was this funny? Yay or nay? Why did this bat? I must not have. Yeah, I must have just left my slots empty. So they should not have hatched at 5 different times like that. It's Bazinga, am I right? Ugh. That's one of those shows. God damn it. Fuck the Big Bang Theory. Show sucks. That's one of those shows where growing up, so many people watched it. So many like family members were just like, "Hey, you're really smart. You'd love this show." And I'm just like, I hate this show. This show is not funny at all. It has smart sounding things in them, but that's not the focus of the show at all. That's the focus of the show is just it's shitting on its own characters. It's just a random, it's just a standard sitcom. Just you decided to include nerds in it and have it not be in any way, shape, or changing anything about it. It's one of the few shows where where I actively am just like, I hate this show. This show sucks. So many other things where I can just be like, no, it's just not for me. Like, I'm not feeling it, or I grew out of it. It's just like, nope, I never liked this show. I will never like this show. And I don't like how it's popular. That is very rare for me to have that type have that type of feeling towards a property. But that one's the exception. And now I'm just gonna calm my rage in the sweet soundtrack of Ori and the Blind Forest. Reference a lot of things nerds would get, but the whole show is written for everyone else. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just reference. It's just like it's not focus, it's reference, and it doesn't even make any attempt at making any jokes related to those references. Like the comparison point in that is Futurama. Futurama is a show that actively references a lot of science fiction and actual science, and makes jokes based on those actual things. And because it doesn't have to sit and wait for a laugh track, it can just glance over it. You can just be like, if you see a funny math equation as like the name of a theater or something, You can just be like, oh, that's neat. But then if you actually know it and know the reason why and like know that equation or anything because you took like a physics class or something, that it'll actually be funny to you. It's like it works on multiple levels. Damn it, Futurama's so fantastic. Howdy, Steech. Thanks for stopping by. It's 10, 15, 20. Need 20 more eggs in total. 19. Team. Also, I have noticed, or I don't know if it's the case because Snorlax has the whatever thing that makes it like the hungry essence or whatever the heck it's called that makes it hatch Munchlax instead of Snorlax. Full incense. Thank you. If that just makes it actively churn out more eggs faster. Because it feels like I'm getting eggs at an alarming rate on top of the eggs taking a little bit longer to hatch. Because, yeah, these eggs are getting churned out real fast. Shouldn't have any effect other than the Munchlax thing. Could just be my perception, which is always possible. Oh. Oh, we forgot to have our anime hour where we talk about what anime we've watched. What have I watched in the past month? I watched all of what's currently available for Jujutsu Kaisen, which I enjoyed. Hi, gamer. Thanks for stopping by. That made gamer perk up. Sound of anime. I watched all of Jujutsu Kaisen, which I enjoyed. It didn't break new ground for me, but I enjoyed, and the animation's great. Um, but now I'm like 8 episodes into My Love Story, which is the anime where the big, beefy brick wall of a man ends up dating this very tiny, small girl. And it is dangerously cute. It is dangerously cute. It's I'm really enjoying it. I'm having a good time with it, but it is dangerously cute. And honestly, it has good things to say, or has things to say on being in relationships and stuff. And it's just like, this is actually a really, really solid and great anime. It could have started. You have to watch 3 episodes though. The first 2 feel like they're leading up to the show being one way, and then the 3rd episode makes it like okay, we're not gonna drag this out for days. But then it's just like, oh, it's nice. I'm really having a good time with it. Last episode of Blade Runner airs today. Shenmue anime also starts today. I don't even think I looked at what anime were even coming out this season. By season, I mean winter 2022 is the season, I think. Oh, where am I putting these eggs? So I had 12. This is 13, I think. So yeah, that is interesting that Shenmue is getting an anime. More sequel heavy, but it's a bit all over the place. Oh yeah, that's right. And none of the anime that I'm watching have any sequels airing, but I know the final season part 2 of Attack on Titan season, or Attack on Titan, is airing. At some point, I should probably just bear with it and watch through the rest of, or watch through season 3, and then actually finish out Attack on Titan. Now that it's actually coming to a close, there's an end in sight. That I should just be like, slog through it, because God, I can't mention how much Attack on Titan season 1 was like absolutely gripped me so much when that initially aired. And then season 2, I was just like, yeah, it's okay. It's all right. And then the beginning of season 3, I was just like, I don't care. Like, none of this is grabbing me at all. And apparently that tends to be the way of things. And then apparently it gets back up and running, but also it just keeps making you angry in good and bad ways. I don't know. It feels like something that I should just fucking do at some point. Just be like, done. Once it's all aired, I can watch it. It'll be out of my system, and I'd never have to think of it again. Sabikui Bisco is a strange new one. It's about an archer who grows giant mushrooms, who rides a giant crab in a post-apocalyptic setting. Huh. Things that make you go, huh. So I have 10, 35, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35. Fuck! Well, we're just gonna have spares then for next time. We'll get 3 more. A Ninjala anime? Ninjala? Is that... What's Ninjala? My head is thinking Bionicles. Just like, is Ninjala also Lego? I don't know why my head is thinking Bionicles, but... It's a free-to-play Switch game. Sort of comes off as a knockoff Splatoon style. That is not what I would have pictured Ninjala to be. At all. Not in the slightest. I think that's all. Oh wait, no. I also watched I watched Fena, the Pirate Princess, and I enjoyed it well enough. It was okay. I enjoyed it well enough to keep watching it until the end, which is more than I will do with a lot of shows. But overall, it didn't leave the greatest impression. Just felt like, yeah, hey, I enjoyed it all right. Running around the map, and the main goal is to hit people enough to launch them to the side with gun-based weapons. Huh. Kind of took a stronger role because she had such a strong start. Yeah. She kind of did just kind of be a catalyst rather than an active participant. Also, it made a couple things that it tried to have great impact on, and then just kind of didn't do anything with it. Like, one of them is just like, oh, we did this thing that means they're sending out a person that if we do the wrong thing, that person will set us straight. And by set us straight, I mean kill us. And then they do the thing that they're disobeying, and then it just is kind of shrugged off, and nothing ever happens. It's just like, what? You made such a big deal of this, and then just it's like, nah. So it's hard for me to remember which anime I've watched and then actively just been like, no, it was good, or I passed it off just because Usually I maintain everything just by, because I only really watch things on Crunchyroll, so I just have my queue there. If I really enjoyed the show, it'll stay in the queue. If I didn't or don't want to think back on it later, then I remove it from the queue. So once I finished Fena, I removed it from the queue and then nearly forgot about its existence. Princess Connect. Catch up on the case study of Vanitas. I don't know what either of those are. It's once I clear through the remaining stuff of once I cut through the remaining stuff that I want to see from Crunchyroll, which I think at this point is just watch the rest of My Love Story and then check out Haikyuu, because people scream for days about Haikyuu. And I should probably actually try to have another anime streaming service and try to look up some of the other ones that I wanted to check out. So I do have some that I actually can check out right here on your desk that I need to actively take the time to do. Princess Connect is a chill fantasy series based on a mobile game. Huh. Yeah, I have a few anime. I don't think I had it by the time my last anime one was, or maybe I did. Because Spooky wouldn't. I'm trying to do this with just one hand and it's hard. Spooky wouldn't stop screaming about it, so I got After the Rain. And then also because I want to watch it, got Made in Abyss, which I think is having another season soon, and I need to watch it because everyone I've talked to that talked about Made in Abyss is just like, you would love Made in Abyss. So I'm like, I need to watch it. Died in Arceus because I was tired and didn't react properly. RIP. Also, good night, Derek. Understandable. Take care. Have yourself a wonderful one. You mean a trip, Delvey? Not a trick. Or maybe a trick, because it's cute visuals and has a very intense story, to say the least. Trip and trick, both are valid. Yeah, I need to watch it. I from what I've heard described of it, I would absolutely enjoy it. Intense, and I was not ready for it. Demon Slayer is the other obviously big name sequel. I'm glad it's getting more episodes. I'm very glad for the people that love that show. It just didn't grab me. Pull Madoka Magica vibes all over again. Yep! That's a comparison I've heard to Made in Abyss. For sure.
So I wanna be a turtle now. I do too.
Song's so strange, but I like it, but I also don't want it. Instead we get Kirby. Want to be aggressively happy? Listen to Kirby music. Oh, armor. Watched through the recent JoJo season. I've heard so many people love JoJo. It's been something I just don't want to check out. Just seems like that one's a trip, and it's a trip I don't want to take. Yeah, that's like all that I've got like queued up and that I really want to watch. Luckily, I have a week off next week, so I can actually take the time and just sit and watch some of them. I really should. Yeah, there hasn't been that many shows where I've heard people screaming about that I should watch them or really stood out to me. Like the only one that I've heard people screaming about is Osama Ranking. Which is unfortunately not available on Crunchyroll, so I haven't added it to a queue to watch or to check out at least. More egg. I think I have 5 or 10 too many eggs, but that's fine. I can just... That'll save me some time in getting the egg stash back up to speed. That's what I gotta do every time. After the Shiny Hunt stream is over, I've got to release all the other eggs, reorganize the boxes, get a stash of eggs built up again and ready for the next stream. Spring and fall are the biggest seasons for new anime. Gotcha. I don't think I ever made a connection before. Oh, also, I don't know when it's airing. I don't know when it's airing, but I think there's a Fruits Basket prequel that is in development at least. Where it's about Toru's mom And I'm just like, yes, give me that as an anime, please. Yes, I want this. Also, Mob Psycho Season 3 is in development. These are the ones long running that I really want to check out, that I want to watch once they're available. Ah, I can't wait for Mob Psycho Season 3. It's a movie. Heck. Which means it's probably not going to be readily available on places for a while. Or maybe not. I don't know. Why did I speak on that like I was knowledgeable of it? I don't know how the distribution of anime movies goes at all. I shouldn't have spoken with any sort of knowledge on it. Oh yeah, I think that happened since last stream that we didn't even talk about at all, but we'll have to probably talk about it next time. AGDQ happened. It was great. It was fantastic. Yeah, the last shiny hunt was before GDQ. What's time? It's a good question. Because yeah, I was gonna shiny hunt on the Saturday where GDQ was ending, but that was the day I got the day after I got my COVID booster, and I was fucking exhausted. So that didn't happen. Wish the KH2 random race had been more punishable for normal people. It was a lot even for me, though. That's fair. Watching 4 streams. The commentators did a great job of catching things and explaining things as they were seeing and as things popped up and tried to explain things. But that's still... Seeing 4 different screens playing through Kingdom Hearts. 2 of those, they're split up into pairs. They're working in teams. It's and not only is it just that, it's also all the items are also randomized. It's something it's a lot. It's a lot to take in at any given time. The counter had messed up and they had to fix it. Yeah, they did have that hiccup there too. Yeah, the race makes it interesting, but unfortunately, as a singular point that you're viewing all of it from, it is just so much to take in. But co-op in itself is fantastic. The fact that you're feeding each other information, you're going to different areas and being like, hey, great check here, 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 and here. Feeding that information back to the other. pooling your knowledge together to figure out the new or where the next step should be for each individual person is just like, it's an amazing thing. A co-op run in general, and then obviously because it's a randomizer, race formats are kind of like the best way to do it, just because running in the same seed and stuff like that. But yeah, it's so much stuff. It is just so much stuff to look at that it's hard to do. Say the same for the crystal, the item rando. Yeah, if you're a big fan of early gen Pokemon, crystal item rando is interesting. I enjoy seeing a run of it every now and again, but it's not a huge draw for me. The commentary was amazing. But yeah, in terms of what any individual person is doing at a given time, you tend to just pick the best Pokemon you can. Does it have good abilities? And you just roll with that for the entirety of the game. Visually speaking, it's not much. There's a lot of decision making that goes into it, and obviously the commentary throughout the run was amazing. And they were sassing each other and stuff like that. But yeah, visually what you're doing, you're kind of just running from point A to point B, mostly using just one Pokemon and just steamrolling through most things. Oh yeah, that's also fair. It's also a difficult one to parse. Like Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer is great because it has the Garden of Assembly, where that's all you have to do is say, hey, we're using a mod that lets you go to any world at any given point in time. Pokemon has a very strict map that you're having to adhere to. Certain areas are locked behind certain items, or you need fly, or you need strength, or something like that. Like, there's a lot that goes into routing and on the fly and your decision making, but it's not a lot that's easily communicable. It's not easily communicable in visual or in talking. In talking is the best way to communicate it, but it takes a lot to explain. And yeah, also, yeah, they're trying. They were the ones who were doing the racers were the one doing the commentary. So yeah, they were trying to not give away too much. If they had a hunch that they were doing like the same thing or had done similar things, then they'd talk about it. But yeah, there's a lot of being coy and such. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2 is just so more easily graspable, where it's just like, if you've played that game and just the ability to walk to a door in the data org location and it teleports you to one of the worlds, it's just like, you get it. You can go anywhere in that game. You have to progress through each world like its individual story, but there's like no real hard requirements at any of them. You're trying to just optimize checks per minute, basically. But you could just, if you've played that game, you know. There's a lot more to it with that. Forbidden Memories rando was fun just because Forbidden Memories rando is just fucking ridiculous. It is. If you want something truly random, how about make a game that's stupidly random that requires you to succeed through stupidly overpowered scenarios. It's just that game itself is a mess, but somehow playing it and attempting to speedrun it is weirdly fun. Oh yeah, they got the two ends of the spectrum. He's got some good stuff and then a constant streak of absolute garbage, and then Sky ended up pulling out some really great stuff. But then I'm just trying to think what some of the main runs were quick before I end stream, or maybe let's talk about it next stream. That final Metal Gear Solid run was great. Psychonauts was... I don't think I actively watched that one, did I? Or I think I did. I think I watched it a bit passively. I don't remember much of it. And I wanted to pay attention to it, and I didn't. Curse me. I think maybe I was like watching that one while I was working or something, because I don't remember much from it. And now my head is just completely blanking on the entire schedule. Dang it, now I just need to... look it up just to see. Oh, the Donkey Kong Country 2 race at the beginning was amazing. That was awesome. Death Door was good. Oh my god. Marvel's Spider-Man was amazing. Freaking where they got the host, Mr. Game and Shout, to do J. Jonah Jameson impressions was hilarious. That was super fun. That one was super fun. I need to watch Chicory. Once I finish the game, I need to watch the speedrun for Chicory. Webbed was really cool. The Webbed speedrun was really cool. Super Monkey Ball is always fantastic to watch. Done quickly. The Super Luigi Galaxy Race was fun. I might have a bias there because I've run that game. Final Fantasy 13 is a good run to watch, or is an excellent speedrun for a game that's okay. The speedrun for Final Fantasy 13, if you know how Final Fantasy 13 works, they do so many incredible things. FF7 Remake Intergrade, I remember liking that race. Trackmania. Wait, no, it wasn't Trackmania. Rocket League. That Rocket League showcase was ridiculous. That was amazing. Diddy Kong Racing was really good too. Like, that race was obscenely close. To race. Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. That was insane to watch. It had technical hiccups, but that was really insane to watch. I enjoyed the Lost Judgment run, but again, Froob was the runner, and Froob's a great commentator for his runs. The It Takes Two run was actually really good too. That It Takes Two run is good. You'd be surprised how broken that game can be. Let's see. Stepmania was ridiculous. The Hades, all 6 weapons showcase was fun. A lot to parse though, but that was still a lot. That was still a great time. Casio Mario World was really good. God, the Mario ROM hacks just keep getting harder and it's ridiculous. Oh my god, Sekiro Blindfolded. How did I forget about Sekiro Blindfolded? Oh my god. Sekiro Blindfolded was amazing. That was so ridiculous to see. Deltarune was fun. Metal Gear Solid was fun. Yeah. Okay. I need to go to bed. And Riza is bugging me, aren't you? Yeah, aren't you? Hi, Riza, come here. Riza, come here. Up, 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 up. Oh, puppy. Hi. You bugging me? You being a bugger? Being a bugger? You being a bugger? Begging me like you want to go to sleep or something? Is that what you want? Thank you. Thank you. No, I love you too. Love you too. Blue face. Yeah. I know. We'll go bed soon. We'll go bed. We'll go bed, Riza. I know. Backup blindfolded stress shouldn't be a thing. They have to be a thing. Especially if you want to do a full run. Mischief is currently alone and watching the stream from my bed. We appreciate a good one. Yeah, I need to go to bed. So I just need to save. Just to double check myself. Save. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. We'll be doing a Yakuza Like a Dragon run, showing off my brand new Chapter 5 strats. And I'm excited. I'm excited. And then I might be back throughout the week, because I have the entire week off in between jobs. And but if I'm not back throughout the week, then I'll be back next weekend for probably more of this. Probably more of this. Who should we go say hi? Who's live? Greg's doing an Arceus grind, but that's all late game, so I don't want people to be spoiling. Nicole's doing Golf at speedrun? Maybe with Bath? I don't know. And we're gonna go say hi to Deer. Deer be doing the stream, so let's go say hi to. Yeah, again, thank you so much for hanging. I appreciate it. It's been a while since we've had to, since we had the opportunity to just sit and chat for a bit. We'll have more time next time as well. But yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, be back next weekend for sure. Tomorrow for sure. Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrun tomorrow. And then next weekend for more shenanigans and maybe more stuff throughout the week, depending on how I'm feeling and how I'm feeling with all this time to myself. But yeah, thanks again. Have yourselves a wonderful night. Go eat some love on the video. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.